So I just want to say good morning and thank you all for coming. Hopefully we will have a few more rolling in here in the next 10 minutes-ish. So presenters, you guys will be using a little clicker to get through your slides. So if you try to tap on the computer, it will not work. So definitely just use this big arrow on the little clicker and that should work great. So I just wanted to also say that lunch will be at 12, from 12 to 1. There are snacks at the back for you to grab whenever you need them. Bathrooms are in the back, just outside of this room, along with a water fountain and a water bottle filler. And then we will be having a Q&A for leftover questions that don't get addressed during presentations near the end of the symposium. There will be a QR code posted at lunchtime that people can submit these questions on. And yeah, so I think we are ready to get started. So I will hand this off to Eric here in a second. And then our next presenters after Eric are going to be Andrew Nagy with Division of Wildlife Resources, Sarah Seegert with Division of Natural Resources, Tim Walsworth with USU, Kevin Landom with USU, and then Chris Crockett with DWR. So we will start it off with Eric really quick with a couple words. Thanks, guys.
All right. You guys hear me? It's hard to hear myself up here, interestingly. Thank you so much for everyone being here today. This is a really exciting day for the Utah Lake Authority. This is the first symposium that we've hosted as we went from planning to implementation of this event. It gave me great gratitude for those who have hosted these in the past. It's not a small undertaking. So thank you to Forestry last year and others in previous years for putting these together. We're really excited about today's event. We have a great lineup. Addy has pulled together some speakers today that will be very informative, and we're excited to share the information that is most relevant to Utah Lake and its management today. We do have some fantastic partners on Utah Lake, and one of the purposes for the existence of the Utah Lake Authority is to act as a facilitator for the management of Utah Lake. Not only do we facilitate, but we collaborate with others, and we are intended to be an implementation for management on Utah Lake. So having a group like this pulled together with fantastic speakers is incredibly helpful as we kind of absorb that in and add that into the implementation of management practices on the lake. Many of you have seen, but we have our final management plan out for comment right now. That will be completed at the end of this month. We'll review those comments, implement what we need to, and have that adopted in our November meeting. That is also an incredible benchmark for us as it opens the door for us to start implementing prioritized projects on the lake. So I just broke the rule and tried to press the forward. Nope, not advancing. Sam's going to advance it for me back there. Okay, so just wanted to briefly touch on the two basic elements of the management plan. So as part of that planning process with Jacobs Engineering, we were able to develop a vision, which is as a national gem, Utah Lake is home to thriving ecosystems, world-class recreational opportunities, and vibrant communities. And the mission mirrors that. The Utah Lake Authority leads a cooperative effort to identify, fund, and implement projects and programs to enhance the lake's ecosystems, recreational opportunities, and thriving communities. And just real quick, just so that you can kind of get a overall, the thriving ecosystems we work on water quality, improving fisheries, ecological health of the lake, and when possible, elimination of carp. And we're going to talk more at length today about carp removal, and we're excited to hear from some leading experts on both the monitoring of that and then a national expert on carp management as a technology that's going around the globe, as we're not the only ones that deal with this issue. Also work on world-class recreation. We have this phenomenal resource right here in the valley next door to 700,000 people, and it just does not get the use that it should. And so we will be focused on enhancing shoreline trails and access points around the lake and bringing it to a point where businesses and recreators want to be down there using it on a regular basis. Lastly, vibrant communities. This is probably the most misperceived piece of our management plan. Vibrant communities does not just refer to the cities on the edge of the lake. Vibrant communities is talking about all of those user groups that enjoy Utah Lake. So sailing, birders, all of these different communities that are using the lake. We want to make it easier to access, easier to use, and world class in that regard as well. So we look forward to the presentations today. Again, thank you everyone for being here. I'm looking forward to them as much as anyone. So enjoy as we go forward.
Well, hopefully that did it. Okay, so you should be good. Use the brand. It will lag a little bit because it's running off my computer. So just gotcha patiently. And it'll go. Perfect. Thank you.
Yep. All right. We're going to start off today with a little bit of talk about fish. I am Andrew Nagy, and I work for the Utah Division of Wildlife Resources, and I'm tasked with doing a lot of the monitoring of the June sucker population in Utah Lake. So I think a lot of people in this room are familiar with the June sucker, but a quick crash course. They're native to Utah Lake. In fact, they're endemic. Utah Lake and its tributaries are the only place in the world where the June sucker is found. In a not so distant past, there were 13 native fish in Utah Lake, and currently only 2 or 3 remain, depending on whether or not certain species decide to come down into the lake from the tributaries. So the fish community has changed quite a bit. There are 13 non-native fish species that have been established in Utah Lake. Some of these fishes that a lot of people are aware of and cause problems in the lake are common carp. They were introduced for aquaculture purposes and have multiplied rapidly. They make up a large percentage of the biomass of fish in Utah Lake. And they cause issues for fish like the June sucker because they can decrease the amount of vegetation in the lake and cause issues with water quality. There are also a few fish like the white bass and the walleye that were introduced for sport fishing purposes, and they are piscivores. In addition, you have fish like the northern pike, another voracious predator that was illegally introduced into Utah Lake about 10 years ago. And all of these kind of present a threat to the June sucker because they eat them, and we're particularly concerned with the health of juvenile June suckers. Other fish that are common, particularly in the new habitat restoration project that I'll talk about here in a sec, are fish like the green sunfish, another aggressive piscivore, as well as some small non-native fish like the fathead minnow and mosquito fish, which can be aggressive and potentially compete with habitat for juvenile June suckers. So with that in mind, there are a lot of kind of challenges to overcome, especially as a juvenile June sucker, with the fact that there's a lot of piscivores in the lake, as well as fish that are competing for habitat. So there have been a couple of restoration projects aimed at kind of improving the habitat that juvenile June suckers need. which will hopefully kind of give way to a self-sustaining population of June suckers in the future. In the top right, you'll see the Hobble Creek Wildlife Management Area. And in the bottom left, you'll see the Provo River Delta, both of which I'm sure you'll hear about throughout the rest of the day. Most of our monitoring activities for June suckers are kind of focused around these two places because they are the primary spawning tributaries for the June sucker, as well as the habitat that we're expecting to find juvenile June suckers. So I'm just going to go over a few things that we did this season in light of the new Provo River Delta restoration project and highlight some of the exciting things that we've seen. So one technique that we use when monitoring June suckers are pit tags. Pit tags are a small kind of microchip that are implanted in the fish and have a unique code that's unique to each fish. And we can detect these pit tags with antennas. There's an image in the right of a few of the portable antennas that we place, which we can put anywhere. This year, we focused putting those antennas in the Provo River Delta, given that it was first inundated with water in the spring, and we expected a large spawning run of suckers. We placed them at the 4 outflow channels of Delta, where it flows into the lake, as well as further up in the river zone. We also have a fixed antenna that is permanently on further up in the Provo River above the Lakeshore Drive area. So fish did indeed come into the Delta this year. We saw a pretty substantial run and fish began to come up, as their name implies, in early June. And we also had a sizable run in Hobble Creek. So this is just a graph of cumulative totals of fish in those water bodies. And if you put them on 2 different axes, they have about the same trend. So the environmental cues that were causing the spawning run were the same in both of those tributaries. We had really good counts on our portable antennas. So this is showing the location of the portable antennas and the number of unique fish that were detected on those antennas. We detected the most fish in that first channel, which is to be expected. It's the largest channel and has the most amount of flow coming through it. We also had pretty good detection on our antennas in the river zone, aside from one that's marked with an asterisk, which we had to pull out due to high flows. In addition, we had 4,400 fish up at the fixed antenna, and that's a useful statistic because it allows us to compare to previous years, which also had that antenna pre-Delta. So the total number of unique fish that we detected on the fixed antenna was about 4,500 or 4,400. And if you include both the fixed and portable antennas, we saw about 6,300 unique June suckers. We were also pretty pleased with this statistic because it showed that we had a high chance of detection on those portable antennas that we placed in the Delta. If we saw fish that made it to the fixed antenna in the upstream portion of the Provo River, we had about a 75% of detecting it on at least one of the portable antennas in the Delta prior to it getting to the fixed antenna. So we're hoping to place those antennas in similar places in the Delta next year. So a question we often get asked is how many spawning adult June suckers are there? So if we think about the fact that we had 7,000 unique tagged fish in the Provo River and Hobble Creek come up this year, and we also considered that there were significant spawning runs in other tributaries like American Fork and Spanish Fork. Knowing that based on our catch rates and whether or not anytime we catch a fish, we check whether or not it already has a pit tag. So about 10% of adults we catch are pit tagged. So it's pretty likely that there are over 70,000 spawning June suckers, which is a pretty substantial increase from the 80s. At the time that they were listed as endangered, they were thought to number in the hundreds and between 300 and 500. So it's a pretty rewarding sign to see those adult populations increase. So they came up, they had a successful spawning run, and then we started looking for their larvae. I'll go over this pretty quickly. We didn't have a ton of success finding larvae this year, partly because the Delta is just such a large area. But we used a technique called light trapping when we placed these light traps all around the delta. We also teamed up with a team from USU, and Megan's going to talk about this later today. But we paired these light traps with vegetation surveys. We ended up catching only about 553 larvae, which compared to the amount of larvae that we know was in the system, it's not a whole lot. We put out 66 traps, so that comes out to about 10 larvae a trap. But it was really variable. About 42% of the traps had no larvae. But you would also walk around the delta and you would see thousands of larvae in many schools. So it seemed like there was a lot of heterogeneity in where they were distributed among the delta. So as the larvae grow up, they grow to about 20, 25 millimeters, and they start to look more like fish. So we started sampling for young of year. To do this, we used a combination of backpack electrofishing and seining, and we started this in early August. We also tried minnow traps, but they weren't very successful. Our sampling was really successful in Hobble Creek. We've seen thousands of young of year June suckers in Hobble Creek, which is really important because in the past few decades, only a small handful have been seen. The numbers that we're seeing in Hobble Creek is kind of unprecedented in recent history. We're having less success in the Provo River Delta, although we are seeing them, and we've seen them across most of the Delta, but usually in small numbers. And we might not be having a lot of success catching them in the Delta, not because there aren't that many in the Delta, but because, again, it's a large space. There are a lot of deeper habitats in the Provo River Delta compared to Hobble Creek that we just can't sample with the techniques that we have. So overall, a really good sign that these restoration projects are working and providing the habitat that young of year really need. One thing that we're doing in Hobble Creek in particular is a mark recapture survey, and we're hoping to kind of expand this technique to the Delta in the future to try to get a more robust population estimate of these juveniles. But we are using VIE tags. They're visual implant elastomer tags, and they're basically a little tiny fish tattoo. It's a small piece of injectable plastic that goes in their flesh, and we can use color inside of the fish to determine year classes. We tagged about 180 juvenile June suckers in Hobble Creek this year. And we're going to do some more recapture surveys here within a couple weeks, and then again next spring to try to get an estimate of overwinter survival. So what's coming up? We're going to take a little bit of a deeper dive into the movement data that we have from the antennas. We've seen some pretty interesting things, like during the spawning season, we had individual fish that would go from the bottom of the delta near the outflow channels all the way up to the fixed antenna and back and forth 3 or 4 times. So trying to figure out these environmental cues that are causing that behavior will be pretty interesting. We're going to continue sampling for juveniles. I know a lot of people in this room have expressed interest in getting out in the field with us. So if that's something you're interested in, send me an email and I'll keep you in touch with any upcoming field activities. And we're also going to do some more control of non-native species. Northern pike is one we're particularly concerned with because they're such a voracious predator. So hopefully next spring, when they start spawning in late February and early March, we'll be able to kind of get a jump on them and remove as many as we can from the Delta and Hobble Creek. So with that, I'd like to thank all the partners. There's a lot of people that work on the June Sucker Recovery Project, and it takes a lot of work to kind of get all the parts working together. So thank you. Any questions? Yep.
Can you hear me? Oh, yeah. For the young of the year in Hobble Creek, where were those located? Were they in the fast-moving water or in the slow-moving wetlands type areas?
So we found them in both. We started finding large numbers in kind of shallow but flowing habitats in the riverine section. and we would find hundreds of them there. But a few weeks ago, we went further down towards where it kind of spreads out into Provo Bay and becomes a lot of inundated cattails. And that area has a lot more area to sample, and it's a lot harder to sample just because of how thick the vegetation is. But we still found some individuals down there too.
Yeah,
So it seems
my thought is, if we consider them to be planktivores, wouldn't you expect them to be more in Utah Lake than in the flowing water? Because there's not a lot of plankton floating through.
Yeah, no, that's a good thought. We saw them in higher densities in that flowing water, but we are interested in looking further down in Provo Bay for them because that does make sense based on their diet.
And what's their diets? Did you look at their diets?
We haven't opened any of them up yet. We have a few preserved specimens, and we are interested in doing that, but haven't gotten around to it.
Let him get his exercise. What's the funding like? Is it you still getting a lot of federal funding, or is it mostly state funding? And the other question I have is whether or not you plan to introduce June suckers in any other waters, or if they're in any aquariums anywhere around the world.
I'll let that first question roll over to Sarah, but I will answer the second one. There are a few refuge populations of June suckers at places like Red Beet Reservoir, as well as a few up further in northern Utah. There's some individuals in like the Loveland Aquarium in Draper, but yeah, there are other places where there are June suckers. I'm not sure if there are any current plans to create more of those refuge populations.
But as far as you know, this is the only lake that's ever had June suckers.
Correct. It's time.
Who can come up next? I got to fix the audio. Whoever's next, make sure they come up. Awesome. Sorry, 1 second. We're having a technical difficulty. It's been bouncing sound back at the speaker. Because everybody can hear you. Is it not? No, I did. I tried that too. It's something else with the Teams, I think. Gotta love Teams, right? Okay, so we don't want computer audio. I can't see it. There we go. That's probably what we want. Yeah, speakers off. We're getting you the VIP experience. That's what we're doing right now. Okay. Yep. That we did, and then full screen, right? Okay, let's just make sure. Okay, you are set now. Thank you for your patience. That should be good. Let's just see. I'm not hearing anything. I think we're good. Okay, thank you for your patience.
All right. Oh. All right, well, we'll just deal with that. Can everybody hear me okay? Okay. So thanks everybody for coming. I'm Sarah Seegert. I'm the Recovery Program Director for the June Sucker Recovery Program and work for the Division of Wildlife Resources. So just to start with, I'll be giving an update. Try not to overlap too much with other people's talks, but of course there will be some. You might recognize some pictures from Andrew's talk. But the key to the June Sucker Recovery Implementation Program is partnership. And the former director who retired just a few months ago, Chris Kelleher, once said, partnerships are the key to conservation effectiveness, and trust is the glue that holds them together. And I think that's really true. And the partnership of the recovery program has built up that trust over the years and really been able to leverage it to accomplish great things. And I'm really excited to continue that and hopefully build on that and see continued improvements in the June sucker populations. So some of the partners are listed here. I tried to be as comprehensive as possible, but if I forgot anybody, I apologize. These are the signatories on the June sucker recovery implementation program. I'll take the time here to address the funding question. The recovery program gets funding from and contributions from most of these partnerships. So Central Utah Water Conservancy District, the state does contribute some from the Endangered Species Mitigation Fund. That's the main source of state funding for native species in Utah, both endangered species and non-listed species. And then several federal partners contribute. We have DOI, the CUPCA office contributes, the Fish and Wildlife Service contributes. We have the Mitigation and Conservation Commission that contributes to the program, along with the Fish and Wildlife Service, I said, and the BOR. So those are the main federal sources. So we have a lot of funding, a diverse funding base. Most of our funding has been pretty stable over the years, which is great, except that now with inflation, we're facing, like everybody, some funding constraints, but we'll work through that and continue the great work. So a little bit of background on the program. The purpose is twofold: to recover the June sucker so that it no longer requires protection under the Endangered Species Act, and to allow for the continued operation of existing water facilities and future development of water resources for human use. And the program is really important from a regulatory standpoint. It is intended to offset impacts of the Utah Lake and Provo River Basin development projects, which allows for easier compliance for those development projects with the Endangered Species Act. So that really benefits all of the water users. But also then it is intended to provide for the full recovery of June sucker. And just as some historical timeline, many of you are probably familiar with this, but just to review, back in the late 1800s, Utah Lake was once described as the greatest sucker pond in the universe. Utah sucker and June sucker were very plentiful, and that was recognized as an important food source for early European pioneers, but also for the Native American tribes that were here. And only 100 years later, June sucker were listed as endangered due to lack of recruitment and crashing populations. This was due to overfishing and habitat alterations, as well as non-native fish. In 1991, biologists noted June suckers are precariously near to extinction. They remain only as a rapidly shrinking and aging remnant population without recent successful reproduction. And in 1998, although at the time of listing, an estimated 1,000 individuals had remained, by 1998, that population had shrunk to closer to 300 individuals in the lake. So things were pretty precarious not that long ago. So in 1999, a recovery plan was published by the Fish and Wildlife Service, and in 2002, the June sucker recovery implementation program was formalized. We just celebrated our 20th anniversary. And after the implementation of the recovery program, many conservation actions have been taken to stabilize and increase the June sucker populations. In 2016, a multi-agency collaboration was formed to form a D and downlisting group. So basically, this was a collaborative funding effort by a lot of different agencies that came together and funded a position at the Fish and Wildlife Service to focus on status reviews and D and down listing of enlisted species in Utah. This is really key because the Fish and Wildlife Service is totally swamped with listing petitions and everything, and they didn't have they often don't have the time and manpower, person power, to focus on these efforts to de and down list species because it is a substantial time requirement. So the June sucker, and I mentioned that because the June sucker have benefited from that collaborative effort. It was one of the first species they focused on. So in 2021, June sucker were officially reclassified from endangered to threatened by the Fish and Wildlife Service. And DWR and Utah State University estimated the spawning population to be somewhere between 30,000 and 50,000 individuals at that time. Andrew kind of walked through how we arrive at those estimates, which are very rough estimates. And here we are in 2023, and we continue our conservation efforts. Provo River was diverted into the restored delta habitat, and we're seeing young of year June sucker in large numbers throughout the summer and into the fall here in both Hobble Creek and to a lesser extent in the Provo River deltas. So it's a really exciting time to be involved in the June sucker recovery program. And just want to go through a few of the accomplishments. This is a picture down at the Hobble Creek restoration area of Andrew and one of his technicians, Sierra, and Addy. We were out doing some of that VIE tagging in September. So first thing, Andrew mentioned this, I'll talk about it too, just quickly. We've focused on habitat improvement, spawning habitat in the tributaries in the Provo River and Hobble Creek especially, as well as improving nursery habitat for juveniles in the Delta and nearshore areas, and again in the Provo River and Hobble Creek. So the picture on the left here is the Hobble Creek area right after the restoration was done and then after the vegetation filled in. We also focus on water management. Water is a very important aspect of June sucker life cycle. Turns out fish need water. And the program through our partners, DOI Kupka, has acquired a large amount of water. I was just talking to Russ Finley about this. I think it's 19,000 acre feet of water every year of permanent water in the Provo River and 8,500 in Hobble Creek. And then there are some other sources that we lease. And I know the Mitigation Commission has secured some water. But the key part of this is the flow work group. So all the partners come together and the program makes recommendations based on what the water forecasts are on what the flow should be in both Hobble Creek and the Provo River to meet the biological and ecological needs of the system and specifically of June sucker. And then we work really closely with the water managers to get those flows delivered at the right time of year and be able to meet those proposed hydrographs. And we do a really good job of that. The partnership, again, open communication and a lot of trust goes into that. And that allows the June sucker to complete their life cycle, to swim upstream and spawn, and the larvae to drift downstream. As Andrew mentioned, also a lot of non-native fish control. The big ones that we focus on right now are common carp and northern pike. We've stepped up our northern pike removal, and we also are funding a telemetry study to focus on where they move throughout the lake and how we can maybe implement more efficient control efforts. So through these efforts, we've seen a growing population. Also, we stock fish. We've got a brood stock up at the Logan Hatchery, which is a DWR facility in Logan, Utah. These fish are grown out for 2 years, and we stock them into the Utah Lake at about 10 inches. That allows them to escape most of the predation by the non-native fish that are in the system, and they have really good survival after that. And this has resulted in increased reproduction. You can see that middle picture is a cluster of adult June sucker. The ones that are more striped are the males spawning in the tributaries, and then these are young of year fish underwater, the small fish in the big picture. So we're starting to see more natural recruitment and reproduction, which is really exciting. We're on our way to a more self-sustaining population. I do want to take a minute here and go back to the question of where June sucker are found. We have had refuge populations in a variety of reservoirs around the state. They were in Mona for a while. They were in, there are some in Red Butte Reservoir, and we've had them at Camp Creek, and we have some rearing ponds out at Rosebud in northern Utah. So they are other places, but this is Utah Lake's the only place where we're trying to establish a self-sustaining population. So all of these accomplishments culminated in downlisting from endangered to threatened, like I said, in February of 2021. And so that's really brought us to focus on delisting and moving June sucker from threatened to not needing protection at all under the Endangered Species Act. Now, I want to emphasize that the delisting process is a Fish and Wildlife Service process. All listed species undergo a 5-year status review, at which point the service recommends whether that species should be delisted, downlisted, maybe uplisted from threatened to endangered, which can happen if they see a backsliding in the status. Based on that recommendation, they can move into a species status assessment, which is the scientific document to inform listing decisions. That's a Fish and Wildlife Service document, but it involves all the partners and the agencies with the data to inform it. At that point, they would develop a proposed rule, draft that and publish it in the Federal Register, open it for public comment, and then deliver a final rule. It's a long process, and we're still probably many years away from a full delisting, but the program wants to be prepared for when that time comes and really set us on a course to achieve delisting. There are some challenges that we need to address up until that point. One of them is how to transfer management authority to the Division of Wildlife Resources after delisting. Right now, management authority technically lies with the Fish and Wildlife Service as a listed species. And after delisting, it would come back to the state. And so figuring out what that looks like into the future and making sure we can have a successful fishery managed for all the fish, and the recovery in the face of ongoing conservation and management needs. And we're facing big, complicated issues: drought, water quality, non-native species that are still an issue. So right now we're working on updating our program documents and drafting a roadmap, a recovery and delisting strategy that will be the roadmap for conservation and ultimate delisting, and really working on building on partnerships that are going on Utah Lake. The Utah Lake Authority Management Plan, Division of Wildlife Resources is developing a fisheries management plan that's comprehensive, including non-native or native and sport fish. And the Division of Water Quality has the Utah Lake Water Quality Study that's going on Utah Lake. So hopefully all of those things set us up for delisting in the future. And just want to say thank you. Thank you to the Utah Lake Authority for setting this up.
We have time for just one question. If anybody has questions, there will be more time later on. Is there one question?
And I do have to leave early today, but I'll be around at lunch and at break. So if anybody wants to catch me then.
Okay, can you guys hear me? Okay, so David Jordan Starr said that it was the greatest sucker pond in the universe, and it kept all the Native Americans fed for thousands of years. And now it's the greatest carp pond in the universe. My question is, why aren't we eating the carp from Utah Lake? That might be not for this discussion, but it's something I'm thinking about.
I can't control what people eat, but I will offer one thought is that there has been, for a long time, contaminants were an issue. And that's all I can say. I mean, it's a public relations issue too. If people don't want to eat carp, they don't want to eat carp. So, all right, thank you.
All right, thank you, Sarah. And now we're going to have Tim Walsworth out of Utah State talk to us a little about carp management. So giving it away to Tim.
Thanks, Addy. Okay. I'd like to thank Utah Lake Authority for inviting me to speak today. Like Addy mentioned, my name is Tim Walsworth. I'm an assistant professor at Utah State University in the Department of Watershed Sciences and in the Ecology Center. I'm going to talk about some of our studies analyzing the effect of the ongoing carp control program on the carp population in the lake, and my presentation includes some work being done by my graduate students, Ellie Wallace and Ray Fadlovich, as well as my project coordinator and lab manager, Kevin Landom, who you hear from next about the ecosystem response to carp control. So common carp are really frequently listed on lists of the world's worst invasive species. They have many negative ecosystem level effects, often called middle out effects, where they affect both lower trophic levels and upper trophic levels. But historically, they were introduced widely around the globe as a source of food for as people moved from Europe to other parts of the world. They brought carp with them. Carp were considered a delicacy historically in Europe. So they were introduced around the world, and they can support large fisheries. They can produce a lot of biomass. However, once they establish in these systems, we start seeing these negative ecosystem impacts, and then they become the target of control programs. So they're introduced into Utah Lake to support a fishery in the 1880s, and by the early 2000s, they accounted for over 90% of the fish biomass in the lake. So they've just taken over the system. And they have many negative ecosystem effects in Utah Lake, similar to what they have in other systems with their foraging behavior. They uproot vegetation, which limits the availability of complex refuge habitat for juvenile fish, increases turbidity of the water, reduces the ability of rooted vegetation to grow. They also compete for food with a lot of the native fish. So as such, they were the June Sucker Recovery Implementation Program implemented a carp control project on Utah Lake. Control was initiated in 2009, and the carp control program used mechanical removal using seines, so large 200-yard long seines pulled through the lake to harvest carp out. And to date, over 13,000 tons of carp have been removed. That's a huge number. It's a lot of fish biomass. But it's really important to remember that removing carp is not the goal. Reducing the biomass of carp in the lake is the goal. Removing carp is how we're trying to get there. So it's really important to ask the question then, is how has the population of carp in Utah Lake responded to these historical removal efforts? So sub-questions being, have we achieved the removal goal or the biomass target? The June Sucker Recovery Program set the target of reducing biomass by 75% of the biomass that existed in 2009. And then also, how do environmental conditions impact the carp control efforts, the efficiency of the carp control efforts? So to address these questions, we implement a statistical catch at age model that's fit to historical catch data from both harvest data as well as a standardized survey using the same gear as commercial harvest, but in set locations at the same time each year. So we have a really standardized survey of the population. And if folks would like more detail about the methods, I'd be happy to talk with you during the breaks, but I'm not going to bore people with math. So if we first start by looking just at the catch data across years, here we have the laser here. Oh, great. We have year on the x-axis, and then the carp kilograms per acre sampled. So how much carp biomass we caught per acre. And we can see a decline from 2012 when the standardized survey started. So harvest started in 2009, our standard survey started in 2012. You see a decline through about 2018, 2019, and then the biomass density starts ticking up again. So it continued to increase through 2022. We're in the process of analyzing this year's data, so we don't have those updated numbers yet. But while it was really low in 2019, a lot of zero catches that year, 2022, the catch density was similar to what it was from 2012 to 2016. So the carp had bounced back. So Scott's wondering why this might be occurring. And if we look at the size of carp that are caught in our surveys and are caught by the commercial fishing gear, here we have the length of carp on the x-axis and then the density or the kind of frequency at which fish of that length are caught. We can see that most of the carp that are caught are over 550 millimeters, so really only catching big old carp, not having much of an impact or ability to catch these smaller carp in the system. So we're largely missing, if we look at some of our model results of the selectivity of gear by age, we're largely missing ages 0 through 4 with these gears. And this is really important because carp start spawning at age 3 in Utah Lake. So there's a couple years where carp are spawning, but they're not really susceptible to the gear in this lake. There's always this kind of spawning population out there able to just keep producing offspring. So if we look at the model estimation of biomass trends, again, these are estimated from historical catch data, size at age data, size at catch, and the harvest data, we can see that the estimated biomass declined through about 2017, where the black line is our median estimate, the darker gray is kind of 50% confidence interval, and the light gray is our 95% confidence interval. You see there's a lot of uncertainty in these early years where we have limited data. You can see that the trend declined until about 2019 before increasing, declined through 2017, started increasing 2018, 19, and then hit a recent peak in 2021, sort of flattened out again in 2022. One thing to keep in mind is that while it's increased in recent years, it's still below where we started. On the same figure, there's this blue line, which represents the probability that that 75% biomass reduction had been met in a given year. And we can see that prior to 2015, probability was 0. We're still just knocking the population down. But then 2015, 16, 17, there's a non-zero probability that the target had been met, but it was not 100%. So we approached that target, may have hit it, but population has since recovered. An important component of what's driving these dynamics is what we're calling recruitment in the models. This is the production of new individuals, age 0 individuals in our model. Look at this figure, you'll notice that the error bars are really wide. We don't catch these individuals, so these numbers are estimates from our model based on our estimates of annual survival and how many individuals are caught at older ages later on. But we can see that it's highly variable across years. It generally declined until about 2016. Then we had large pulses in 2017, 2019, 2020. And we likely had a large pulse this year, although we don't have the data yet to support that. But our analysis identified that per capita recruitment of carp, so the number of offspring produced per spawning carp, increases in high water years. So years with high water, like 2017, 2019, 2020, produce big recruitment years. This year, the really high water likely also had a big recruitment event. We also see that the data suggests that recruitment actually increases to a point as you reduce spawning biomass. It's called an overcompensatory response. It's relatively common in fishes where at really high spawner densities, you have a lot of competition for prey. Fish don't grow as well, don't survive as well. You reduce that competition, they do better to a point, and then eventually you overfish them. And our current estimate, so this would be estimate of 2022, so August 2022 estimate, is that the current spawning biomass is still higher than that which would produce the most recruits. There's still a lot of carp out there. Another challenge presented by the lake level or high water is that when the water is high, the capture efficiency of the gear declines. So each haul of that seine is less effective at catching carp when the water is high. This could be because as Utah Lake water level goes up, it also spreads out and inundates a lot of vegetation where those seines are not particularly effective at being hauled. It disperses the population, so they're less dense. And also, yeah, I guess that's it. Mostly the population is less dense and the gear is less effective in the vegetation. So as the lake level comes down, the gear becomes more effective as those carp are concentrated out in the lake, where the gear can be hauled cleanly through the bottom. So in high water, the gear is less efficient. Low water, gear is more efficient. So summary of the current status of carp is that the biomass declined substantially following initiation of the carp control efforts, but it has increased over the past few years. That said, carp remain well below that starting biomass. They're still knocked well down from where they were, but they're above that target 75% reduction. And the control program faces several challenges, both historically and moving forward, and these are largely environmental and logistical. So one of the environmental challenges is that lake level effect. We all know Utah Lake goes through these big swings depending on how the snowpack is in a given year, where a big snowpack year like we had last year will raise the lake up several meters, and then drought years will drop that lake down through time. And these periodic increases in lake level will drive both an increase in carp recruitment and a reduction in gear efficiency. It's kind of a double whammy in those high water years. Whereas low water years, we get poor recruitment, so they don't produce many offspring, and we can catch a lot, or we can catch the carp that are in the lake a lot more efficiently. The selective gears also present an issue where we have this difficulty catching smaller fish, and in particular these smaller but still mature age classes of carp. And that pool of spawners that remains relatively unimpacted by harvest is able to keep producing more offspring to the next generation. And increasing the impact on these younger mature age classes, so by shifting that selectivity curve to capture those younger individuals more effectively, could greatly improve effectiveness. This could be done potentially through alternative gears, and I believe we'll be hearing about some alternative gears from Dr. Bajer later on, or deploying gears in different habitats could also potentially get us to that goal. Another challenge of Utah Lake is just the scale. Utah Lake is a huge lake. It's in the largest 1% of lakes by surface area in the world. The largest successful carp eradication project in the world occurred in a lake that was 1/7 the size of Utah Lake. And large populations and large ecosystems are just more resistant and resilient to disturbance like fishing or harvest. So you have to really hammer the population really hard to have a lasting impact on them. So successful long-term control may require substantially larger investment each year and across time, just due to the sheer scale of Utah Lake. So moving forward, it's important to keep monitoring ecosystem response to the carp control. So Kevin Landom is talking next, and he'll be talking about what we've seen in terms of how different ecosystem components have responded to changing carp biomass. But carp removal is one of the end goals of carp removal is to improve ecosystem conditions for other species, whether it's for June sucker, whether it's for sport fish, whether it's for water quality and other lake users. So monitoring how the system responds to changing carp is really important moving forward. It's really important to continue monitoring how the carp population responds to control efforts, particularly as we change what we're trying to do to control those, to control the population. That way we can figure out what's working, how much effort we may need to put into different tactics to have a lasting impact on the population. And then testing these alternative gears and control methods that could target those smaller age classes to have a bigger impact on young but mature fish. There's alternative gears that are not mechanical, such as YY technologies or super male technologies that may be able to increase the efficiency of carp control going forward. And testing these gears out can be an important part moving forward. And in recent discussions with the June Sucker program and folks at Utah Lake Authority, one idea that's being kind of bounced around now is for the mechanical removal to shift towards more of a program where the control is conditional on lake level conditions. So basically determining whether control goes on the lake by how high the lake is that year. So remember, talked about how in high water years, gear efficiency drops substantially, low water years, way more effective. We've run some, my PhD student, Ellie Walsh, has run some modeling simulations and found that if we don't implement mechanical harvest in the highest water years, actually has there's very little change in the long-term carp population relative to harvesting every year. So by not harvesting those years in the lake, you may not actually lose anything, and you can focus your efforts that year perhaps in the delta, more concentrated efforts in certain spots when the lake is high. And then when the lake is low, you put effort into the lake when your gears are really effective. And this is some work in progress that we're still working out the details on, but it's one idea of something that could help moving forward. I think everyone who's helped fund this research, the June Sucker Recovery Program, DWR for their help with the work, Lloyd Fisheries for helping us collect data over the years. And if I have time, I'll take any questions. Okay. Yes, sir.
So you said your data is collected from where the fishing is happening right now. How many locations are those? And are the juvenile fish getting pushed out by the big fish? Is that could be one of the reasons why your numbers are lower in those areas, if that's the case?
So our data come from both the commercial harvest, where those data are just how many pounds are harvested per haul, and then we have a separate sample where where Kevin goes out on the lake, and historically we go on the lake and sample at set points throughout the lake, same time of year every year. So we have a standard habitat survey there. Possible they're being kicked out by, or they're being outcompeted for that habitat by larger fish. It's possible that they're able to escape the gear better than larger fish. It's possible they just inhabit different habitats than the larger fish. We've got my student Ray Fadlovich has been testing different gears at different points around the lake as well, and is also having just a bear of a time finding these smaller carp. They're just really hard to find in Utah Lake. So I don't have a great answer for you. It could be habitat, could be competition.
Thank you.
While Kevin's coming up, just to clarify Q&A, we try and get in a question or two after each presenter can. At lunch, there'll be a QR code that you can scan with your phone to submit your question online. And there is the option to specify whose presentation your question is regarding. So I saw a couple of hands for Tim's presentation. You'll click the drop down, select his presentation and name, and then submit your question. And we can try and make sure to either get that from Tim, you can get it during a break, or we'll try and include it in the Q&A as many as we can.
All right. Well, thanks, Tim. That was a great presentation. And now, like he said, we're going to move on to Kevin's ecosystem monitoring. So I will give the floor to him.
Thank you, Addy. First, I'd like to acknowledge Tim Walsworth, who's the PI on this project that we call Utah Lake Ecosystem Monitoring. Oops, how do I go back? Okay. So Utah Lake is a shallow lake ecosystem, and these ecosystems are very abundant across the globe. Just to provide one example, in the national parks area of our Alaskan Arctic, there are tens of thousands of shallow lake ecosystems. And these ecosystems are found in one of two states. The first being the vegetated dominated state, which is a more pristine state where there's lots of vegetation, particularly submerged vegetation, which helps to stabilize the sediments and promote clear water, and also provides important refuge for a diverse fish community. And this is the more pristine state. The more degraded state is the phytoplankton dominated, where the submerged vegetation has disappeared. There's nothing to hold down the sediments, and the water is very turbid because of the resuspended sediments and lots of phytoplankton. And the fish community is dominated by benthic fish. Now, unfortunately, many of these ecosystems have been pushed from this pristine to more degraded state due to anthropogenic disturbances such as nutrient pollution and the introduction of carp, which have, as Tim just mentioned, can uproot the submerged vegetation. And this is what happened to Utah Lake. Historically, it was a vegetation-dominated clear water lake, but due to disturbances such as the introduction of carp, it's been pushed to a phytoplankton-dominated turbid water state. And the primary goal of carp removal is to push this ecosystem back towards this more desirable vegetation-dominated state. And the primary goal of our ecosystem monitoring project is to test for an ecosystem response to carp removal. Now, these are some of the results that Tim just showed, changes in carp biomass throughout the course of carp removal. What happened? I didn't do that. As you can see, there's nothing on my calendar.
Okay. Try again.
Okay. I did not do that. All right. Okay. So what we want to do is test for an ecosystem response to this trend, right? Changes in carp population biomass. However, there are other disturbances that we have to acknowledge, such as nutrient inputs, harmful algal blooms, invasive Phragmites. I think we're going to hear about some of this work later on today. But the disturbance I want to focus on is lake level fluctuations. Utah Lake was converted into a reservoir in the 1870s, and it, as Tim mentioned, experiences these extreme fluctuations. And when it's such a shallow lake, this can cause major disturbances to the ecosystem, especially along the shoreline, where the vegetation can go from completely inundated to completely dry to somewhere in between. And this can happen within the same year and among years. So this is a major disturbance. Now, for our Utah Lake ecosystem monitoring project, we have been building long-term data sets with the help of some of our colleagues, including water quality, phytoplankton, zooplankton, macroinvertebrates, the aquatic vegetation, and the aquatic food web. And we began this in 2012. And for today, I want to focus on two parts of this, the aquatic vegetation and the aquatic food web. Beginning with the vegetation, as I mentioned, particularly submerged vegetation is the main difference between a clear water and a turbid water shallow lake. And it provides important refuge for young June suckers as well as for sport fish. So I'm going to share results from two of our sampling approaches today for aquatic vegetation. The first is at the site scale, where we conduct field sampling at multiple sites throughout the lake. The second is a lake-wide scale, which involves remote sensing or analysis of satellite imagery. And these are the results of our previous master's students' research, Manny May. And I meant to mention that we're talking about inundated vegetation only. This is only vegetation that's in the water. So to begin with our site scale results, we used a multiple logistic regression where the response is the probability of occurrence of our different macrophyte taxa. On the y-axis at the bottom, we have our submerged vegetation called sago pondweed. And then we have cattail, Phragmites, alkali, and hardstem bulrush. These are our emergent macrophyte taxa. And on the x-axis, we have what's called the effect size, or the strength of the response. And those that fall on the negative side increase in the probability of occurrence when we have either low carp or low lake levels. Those that fall on the positive increase in the probability of occurrence when we have high carp or high lake levels. And the farther away from zero, either positive or negative, the stronger the effect. And we're going to show carp in the orange points, lake level in the blue points, and those that are semi-transparent are not significant. And we'll walk through this. So beginning with the lake level response, we can see that our emergent taxa, hardstem, Phragmites, and cattail all significantly more likely to occur at our sites when we have higher lake levels, and with alkali being the only taxa that is most likely to occur when we have low lake levels. And our submerged vegetation shows no response to, at least not a significant response to changes in lake level. Now we add the carp response. We can see that our submerged vegetation shows the strongest response. So when we have low carp biomass, we are significantly more likely to find submerged vegetation at our sites. And this is the kind of response we were hoping for, right? So now we look at the lake-wide scale, where we are going to use a linear regression. On the x-axis, we have lake level. On the y, we have the proportional coverage of either emergent vegetation, which are the orange points, or submerged vegetation, which are the green points. We can see that as lake level increases, we have a significant increase in the coverage of emergent vegetation. And as lake levels increase, we have a significant decrease in submergent vegetation. Now we look at the carp effect. When we have carp biomass on the X and the coverage of submerged vegetation on the Y, we see no response, at least at the lake-wide scale. We do not have a detectable response in submerged vegetation. So what we found is that lake level has a significant effect on the vegetation. At the site scale, we found a strong response in submerged vegetation, but it was not detectable at the lake-wide scale. And this may be a result of the extreme lake level fluctuations, or maybe we haven't suppressed carp long enough, or enough, as Tim mentioned. So briefly, I'm going to go through some highlights of the aquatic food web. From years and years and hundreds of fish diets, we can draw this simple food web where the phytoplankton are being consumed by these primary zooplankton taxa, algae paraphyton being consumed by chironomids, which are by far the most abundant aquatic insect, and these are being consumed by carp. These four prey items represent about 80% of all items we find in carp. And the same for Junesucker. We mentioned earlier that Junesucker might be planktivorous, which is a myth. I mean, they do rely on zooplankton, but they also eat aquatic insects. And we find the same thing for some of the other species. And what we found from some of our undergrad research by Christina is that zooplankton body size increases when we have less carp. We've also found that chironomids increase when we have less carp. So the question is will this proliferate throughout the food web, or will it just be an interesting finding that has no consequences for the food web? So we test this by exploring changes in body condition. The higher the fish's body condition, the healthier they are, using a multiple regression, where again, those that fall on the negative increase in body condition with low carp or low lake levels. Those on the right increase with high carp or high lake levels. And we'll walk through this beginning with the lake level effect, where we see that some of the benthic species, such as bullhead, catfish, and carp, have higher body condition when the lake level is lower. And now we add the carp response. We see that the remaining carp, Junesucker, catfish, crappie, white bass, all have higher body condition when we have less carp in the lake. So this suggests a competitive release for shared resources, which suggests if we could maintain low carp population biomass, this could be a benefit not just to the Junesucker, but to the fishery to provide bigger fish for anglers to catch. So to summarize everything, we've had substantial changes in lake level and carp biomass throughout this study. We've seen the lake levels, low lake levels especially, can lead to a loss in emergent vegetation habitat. Low carp drove an increase in submerged vegetation at the site scale, but it wasn't detectable at the entire lake. And body condition of Junesucker and the sport fish does increase when we can suppress the carp population. That's all I have. I think I might have gone over the time, but thank you for listening. Any questions?
All right, thanks, Kevin. That was great. Love to hear about all that difference in our ecosystem here. And then next, we are going to have one of our last presentations for the fisheries section, and that's going to be Chris Crockett. Oh my gosh, just talking a little bit about their management plan. So thanks, guys.
Thank you. I'll wait for them to load me up. I should have known it was Sam. I'll give Sam a break because pretty much every other day I'm asking Sam for some information on Utah Lake or what they're up to over at the Utah Lake Authority. Now I'm going to delay you on advancing. Here we go. Okay. I appreciate the time. I appreciate the invitation from Addy and Sam to give you guys an update today on a process we started probably over a year and a half now. I always kind of hesitate when I say that because it's one of these great councils that always seems to take a little bit longer than we plan on, but that's usually because we're being pretty thorough as we go. So wanted to just give a little update on some of the work that we've been doing with a group we put together called the Utah Lake Fisheries Management Advisory Council. I'm just going to give you a quick overview of where we're at right now. I should mention right up front that this council is still working on our management plan, so you may see some information that we're presenting relative to some suggested goals and objectives. Those are still technically draft, so if you see something you don't like, now is the time to either let me know at the end of this meeting or send me an email, things along that nature. So, but I'll give you a quick overview of kind of where we've been and where we're at right now. So we started this council probably about a year and a half ago now, and you're probably asking yourself kind of why now? Well, the Division of Wildlife Resources has admittedly kind of been focused on June sucker recovery for the last 30 years relative to Utah Lake. And some of the other fisheries have kind of been nice byproducts, but we haven't spent a lot of time actually developing a management plan for them. The recent downlisting served as a catalyst to basically kick us into gear to realize that we needed to come up with a comprehensive fisheries management plan to look at not only June sucker, but also sport fish opportunities, and also to look at June sucker with the idea in mind that we're hopefully going to delist this species in 10 to 15 years and to develop that framework for the Division of Wildlife Resources to take over full management of the species. We've had similar committees help us with other reservoirs and lakes in the past. You've probably heard of some that we've done on Strawberry, Jordanelle, et cetera. So we're using this template, try to get a large group together, comprehensive list of our stakeholders and anglers in this case, to work through what we really want to see with our vision on Utah Lake. You'll look at this membership and you'll see a lot of similar names that have already been presented. Got your typical state management agencies, some of our federal partners associated with June sucker and BOR. Utah State University is also on this committee, but also worth mentioning is probably the three most important of our group, which is our angling representatives. We put together basically a job announcement, if you will, to try to locate good individuals to represent the angling public on this committee. I think it worked out pretty well. It was a little different than we've done in the past, because often when you're talking about, say, Strawberry Reservoir or maybe, you know, some other Deer Creek, you've kind of already have this preset list of partners. Utah Lake is great in that it has a lot of diverse users, and we wanted to make sure that we were capturing those different voices. And this is really where some of these angling public representatives come in. For those of you that know them, Jeremy Curley, George Summers, and Rex Infiger are serving in that role right now on this council. A little behind the scenes, just a little bit on the process. I know a lot of you are familiar with this, but maybe some of the people from the public would not. They're always asking, you know, how do these guys come up with these crazy ideas? Well, it's not just us sitting in the room in a closed environment. We do go through a process to try to evaluate the needs of the lake. One of the most important and probably one of the most lengthy that we did for this committee was to go through a SWOT analysis. Most people are familiar with this. You're basically sitting down and trying to brainstorm and identify all your strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats for a system. And this really helps serve the basis of some of these goals and objectives that I'm going to show you here in a few minutes. As you might imagine, an opportunity that we would identify would need to have a subsequent objective, but also when you see that you have multiple threats or weaknesses, those are also opportunities to do good work. Go ahead and read these out loud. They're a little bit wordy, as we like to do when we're trying to capture every conceivable identifier that might apply to this, but they're worth reading out loud. Our vision statement is to collaboratively and sustainably engage in the adaptive management and protection of Utah Lake's naturalized and endemic aquatic resources in a manner that provides residents of Utah with access to satisfying fishing and boating opportunities and fosters June sucker in a resilient system. So there's a lot of words in there, but really just kind of identify our two pillars, our twin towers there would both be June sucker recovery and angling opportunities. Mission statement, I'll go ahead and read that as well. To make Utah Lake a destination for quality fishing opportunities, increasing angler satisfaction using a proactive and balanced approach to fisheries management that incorporates recovery of June sucker. So again, those two twin pillars that you'll hear mentioned pretty often is we are trying to have it both our cake and eat it too, and have thriving June sucker community, but also lots of sport fish opportunities. We, after much deliberation, narrowed it down to about 5 goals. And so I will just remind you, these are still drafts. So if you see some changes or you have some ideas, let us know. Basically revolving around fish and fisheries, habitat, access, partners, and outreach and education. And you'll see these again. So if I skip through them real quick, you'll get a chance to read them again. I did want to spend a little bit of time focusing on our fisheries goal. As you might imagine when you're writing a fisheries management plan, your fish goal, if you will, is the most substantial. But I'm going to hit some of the high points on this one. Our goal as written right now is to manage the Utah Lake fishery to promote a variety of fishing opportunities and support June sucker recovery. If you'll browse those objectives, I'll hit the high points on a few. I wouldn't necessarily say these are in order, but I suspect you'll see some of the more important objectives rise to the top. Our first objective is to establish a self-sustaining population of June sucker by 2034. This one is worth mentioning. Sarah and others have already mentioned a lot of great work going on specific to June sucker. We didn't think that this document was the place to try to reinvent the wheel when there are already updates to recovery elements, updates to the recovery plan in process. But we did want to reinforce our commitment to supporting those recovery elements once that plan is finalized. The second one leans more into the fishing and the angling opportunities. We've had lots of creel data through the years that essentially shown on Utah Lake and on other waters that, as you might imagine, everyone wants to catch lots of fish and bigger fish. Those two things are often pretty difficult to accomplish, but on Utah Lake, it's actually an achievable goal. Right now, our current objective is written to provide a diverse sport fish assemblage that provides quality fishing opportunities. Quality actually means a specific subset of sizes, and relative to channel catfish, which is what we've targeted here, are those channel cats really in the above 24-inch range. So kind of that big fish opportunity, and provide opportunities for high catch rates of panfish, including white bass, bluegill, crappie, black bullhead. So that is really kind of the overarching goal of our fish community from the sport fish side right now. Other important objectives identify increasing our satisfaction level of the fishery, as well as increased awareness of the June sucker recovery plan. Developing a strategic common carp removal plan, which we've heard a lot of comments here lately about carp removal. I think that's already in the works, but that is something that's identified here. So what is that next step that we should be looking at for carp removal? Also implement the strategy for northern pike control in Utah Lake, another exotic species that's having impacts throughout the lake. Prevent the movement of any new aquatic invasive species. And number 7, our last objective there, is to assess effectiveness of our existing fisheries monitoring. And we also know we have some data gaps that we need to fill in. I'll go through these other goals a little more quickly, and unfortunately, they're also a little bit shorter. Our second goal is to improve lentic and lodic fisheries habitat and water quality within the Utah Lake system. This mostly identifies a little bit of a plan-to-plan event, which was something that we struggled with at times when we were working through this. We know that we don't have all the answers, but we don't want to delay to the point of not moving forward. Addy's given me the 5 minutes, so I'll pick it up a little bit. Goal number 3, to maintain, improve, and promote the use of angler access on Utah Lake. Again, we've already started the planning process on a larger scale, looking at all of our access sites and identifying kind of our 10,000-foot view of what can be done. But one of our most important next steps is to be working with our constituents as well as the other local landowners to get very specific and, for example, meet with Saratoga Springs and say, what is your access improvement plan? What are your goals? And how can we help? The fourth goal is to assist and support partner organizations with principal authority throughout the lake. So this is another one that Sarah and others have already leaned into. We have a lot of great partnerships. Partnerships are the key. One of the most important identified within this goal is what's already been alluded to, and that is to identify a framework for transitioning June sucker management authority to DWR after it's delisted in hopefully 10 to 15 years. And our fifth goal revolves around outreach and education. Sam from the Utah Lake Authority has been working on this one, which has been key to help kind of transition and phase in what's already been identified in the Utah Lake Authority's plans relative to outreach and education. Increase constituent stakeholder understanding of and support for management and conservation of the Utah Lake fishery. Next steps, I'll go through this quickly. Obviously, our next steps is to finalize the management plan. We hope for that to be done hopefully early next year. But there's already a lot of future work that we know we're going to need to work on, right? We don't have to wait till this plan is stamped out, finalized. We already see the writing on the wall regarding working with our other constituents and our partners on access improvements, working with the June sucker recovery team to put together that transition where DWR would take over full authority of June sucker and Utah Lake. And also, I really wanted to reach out, given this audience, to look at the opportunity to sync our effort with the Utah Lake Authority's management plan. Sam was gracious enough to kind of already share some of the early drafts with me, and I think they're already going to mesh very well. But one of the most important things moving forward is to essentially make sure that we're combining our efforts and we don't have two parallel efforts going side by side. That's all I have. I'm probably short on time, but if there's any questions, I'll be around most of the day. There's my information. You're always welcome to reach out to me as well.
Given that brown trout and rainbow trout are in the Provo River and Hobble Creek, and they come into Utah Lake a lot during the winter, like right now, there's probably some out there. I'm noticing that you're not talking anything about Bonneville cutthroat trout. Utah Lake used to be the center of the universe for Bonneville cutthroat trout. Do you guys have any plans of helping restoring Bonneville cutthroat trout to the Utah Lake system?
Not in Utah Lake proper, given the current conditions. If in 10 or 15 years we've been able to shift that system back over to more the Clearwater state and we have habitat that could support it, I think that would definitely be a good opportunity. Right now, we're writing this plan as a 5-year plan. It may get extended to more like a 5 to 10 year plan, but given the realm of that time frame, I doubt we would be in a situation that we could look at recovery of Bonnevilles. That being said, if you are interested in Bonnevilles, we are doing a lot of Bonneville work throughout the basin, typically in the headwaters of the Utah Lake drainage. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris. That was great. So now we're going to go into about our 15-minute break. We will reconvene at about 10:40 and kind of move into our vegetation section next. All right. Hello, everyone. Welcome back. Thank you. So now we have the lovely Karin Kettenring at Utah State University to give us a nice presentation on Phragmites management. So I will hand this off to her.
All right. Hello, everybody. Thanks for the kind invitation to speak at the symposium. And this is hopefully foolproof. Just press the gigantic button. Okay, so I'm going to be talking about restoration of native plant communities, and I'm going to share my perspectives from both our work on Great Salt Lake, which is some of our research findings are definitely applicable to Utah Lake, and then I'll also touch on some of our recent work on Utah Lake as well. Oh, there's a bit of lag. Okay, so the things I want to cover briefly today, the significance of these wetland systems, and of course, the importance of native plants as the foundation of these wetlands, the impacts that these wetlands and particularly the plant communities are facing. And then I'm going to spend most of my time talking about restoration of plants and with a real focus on seeds and seedlings and some of the challenges related to using seeds. I will end with a short discussion of some of the limits that we're going to have in terms of restoring native plant communities, limits that we're already facing, as well as hopefully some optimistic words looking into the future, thinking about restoration of native plants. So we all know how invaluable and irreplaceable our wetlands are, and particularly in Utah, we haven't lost as many wetlands as, say, California, that's lost 90%, or some of the states in the Midwest. So we've lost about 30% of our wetlands. However, we didn't start with a lot of wetlands to begin with. And now today, less than 1% of Utah is wetlands, with the vast majority being in the Great Salt Lake watershed, including along Utah Lake. So these invaluable and irreplaceable wetlands are very important for the ecosystem services that they provide to all of us. We all have probably heard about these concepts of what ecosystems do for us as a society, and we know how important they are, including in Utah. And I just want to emphasize the fact that, so at the bottom left there on this figure, you can see things that we commonly think about in terms of wetlands and the ecosystem services, hunting and fishing, bird watching, water purification. But we literally cannot survive without wetlands because of these protective ecosystem services that they provide, as you can see on the left-hand side here. So they're truly essential to society and including to all of us here in Utah. And the foundation of these a healthy ecosystem, its functioning and its services is the vegetation. And so these photos here show you some of the diverse array of species that we have across submergent, emergent, meadow, and playa wetlands, some species you've already heard about quite a bit today. And so these are the types of species that are the focus of the research efforts in my lab. And these plants are essential for habitat, for improving water quality, for helping to control flooding, as well as for erosion control. So as many people have been talking about today, there's quite a few threats facing our aquatic resources, including wetlands, and hydrologic extremes are really at the top of the list here. So we're seeing this with climate change. We're seeing drought being exacerbated more frequently, more extreme, in addition to water diversions and withdrawals that are depriving wetland ecosystems of the water that they need. And then, of course, on the other end of the extreme is, extreme flooding. So let's see, earlier today, Sarah was talking about how fish need water. Turns out also wetlands and wetland plants need water, but not too much. So how do we balance that in terms of maintaining, managing, and restoring native plant communities? And then, of course, invasive species. We've heard a lot about carp. My research lab has focused quite a bit over the last 15 years on invasive Phragmites, and these species outcompete the native vegetation, and in the case of carp, are uprooting native plants, particularly some of those submerged rooted species. So why does Phragmites get a lot of attention? And if you're not familiar with it, just real quick, this is a very tall invasive grass. It was introduced from Eurasia. It is actually across North America. I have sadly built much of my career on this plant because it was in Maryland where I was for my postdoc. We have a project in California. We've had a project in Nebraska, and then I moved to Utah, and here it is. It is everywhere. So What are we dealing with? Well, at least in 2010, we documented that there were about 23,000 acres of Phragmites along Great Salt Lake, another 8,000 along Utah Lake from other data from other sources. And we're spending hundreds of thousands of dollars each year on control. And so it's just one more threat to these wetlands that are already imperiled. And, you know, the impacts in terms of habitat degradation, fire threat, water consumption are all things that are of concern to us. So I just want to provide really briefly some perspectives from the last 15 years. It's not that Phragmites has only been around 15 years, but that is when I started at USU in 2008. And so when I was building my research program, one of the first things we did was to interview, survey wetland managers along Great Salt Lake and Utah Lake. And Phragmites emerged as the top management concern for these folks. Some questions also emerged. How does this plant spread? What are the best management practices? And there were a lot of managers at that time were talking about the fact that revegetation after Phragmites management was perhaps not needed, which piqued my interest. So from our research going forward, from some genetic work we have completed, we've figured out that Phragmites actually is predominantly spreading by seeds, in addition to at the smaller scales, it's spreading within patches by rhizomes and stolons. Those are stems above and below ground. But as you can see in that photo there, each of those inflorescences produces about 1,500 to 3,000 seeds. And then if you multiply that over tens of thousands of acres, that is an insane amount of seed that needs to be controlled through management. And to quickly summarize, 2 graduate students projects spanning in total about 7 years. You can see Chad Cranny and Christine Rohall here, who were researchers in my lab. Chad Cranny is actually now at DWR. And from their work, from a bunch of Phragmites experiments, we were able to develop best practices for Phragmites management. You can see the 2 different scenarios there. And based on what they were finding from the research, there are some ways to control it well, as has now been applied broadly along Great Salt Lake and Utah Lake. But they also documented that native plant communities largely do not return after Phragmites is effectively managed. I also just want to note that I've seen, just in my perspectives from the 15 years working here in northern Utah, great success both on Great Salt Lake and Utah Lake in terms of management. I've just seen fantastic leadership and even just passing the baton on Great Salt Lake from Randy Berger, who really spearheaded the efforts, to Chad Cranny, who's now coordinating efforts there and largely with Keith Hambrecht. And then, of course, down here on Utah Lake, I pulled this image from the Forestry Fire State Lands story map last night, and it's, I think, a real tribute to the collaborative effort underway here on Utah Lake and the impressive coordination and then the persistence, right? This needs to be management happening year after year after year, and then thinking about what comes next. And so that's the exciting part for me, is how do we reestablish these native plant communities? So it has to be plants in terms of restoring this habitat because of their essential role in overall functioning and services. But the challenges are, so I'm trained as a plant ecologist, and I, from some of my early biology and ecology classes, we learned about the fact that seeds and seedlings are the limiting demographic bottleneck in plants. So basically, if you can get plants past those life stages, you're good to go for the most part. But these, there's actually, you wouldn't believe it, but there are 4 different stages just at the seed and seedling stage: germinating seeds, emerging from the soil, establishing and survival. And each of those stages has, the plants have many limits on them. So how can we get past those stages? That's really, I think, that one of the biggest challenges we're facing. I also just want to note that seeding in wetlands, especially in Utah, is relatively new. There have been lots of failures and some successes, but we still have a lot to learn. So that's kind of where we're at today. These are some of the first seeding efforts on Great Salt Lake as part of Emily Tarsa's PhD research. And I am focusing on seeds because given the scale of revegetation need, we're talking about tens of thousands of acres. So this is really only possible. You really cannot plant plugs or put out sod mats across tens of thousands of acres. So we have to figure out how to work with seeds. Unfortunately, though, revegetation is not as easy as it looks. We've tried to summarize what we found with respect to Great Salt Lake in this extension document here, and I'm just going to highlight some of the key questions that that managers need to be thinking about in terms of guiding seeding. And I'm going to focus on these 3 questions highlighted in yellow here, pulling from some of our research results. So the first question, if you decide you need to seed, is what species? And of course, this has to be driven by what your goals are on your land in terms of plant communities for drought resistance or resilience, or flood habitat, invasion resistance to Phragmites. And so to achieve this, you really need to be thinking about a mix of species that can thrive in different water levels. We saw all those graphs earlier about the dramatically changing water levels along Utah Lake. And so, of course, you can't just plant 2 or 3 species because you're not going to be able to match the species necessarily to the water levels. And then, of course, we have additional goals like providing pollinator habitat. And then only a subset of these species are good for competing against Phragmites. In addition to that, one of the big challenges we are facing is limited native seed availability. So in the arid rest region, we have somewhere above 1,500 wetland species, obligate and facultative wetland species. We did a recent survey of native plant vendors throughout the Intermountain West to see what kind of wetland species were available by seed. And on average, people that were selling wetland seed had 15 species or less. So if you consider 1,500 species is kind of our restoration species pool is how we would describe it, and only 15 on average available, it's a huge challenge for practitioners and managers. In addition, many of the species that people might want to be restoring, we have limited experience with. So that's part of where our research lab comes into play. We're creating portfolios of 35 plus species at this point, lots of different experiments from many different graduate students in the greenhouse and the field, trying to build what I call portfolios of what these species require, what they can do, what their limits are. And my biggest concern, frankly, is biotic homogenization. So we don't want all Phragmites, but what are we going to replace it with? We also don't want 1 or 2 native species. That loss of plant diversity, or this potential loss of plant diversity, means we lose everything that's associated with that diversity, the bugs that we were talking about earlier in terms of fish habitat, for instance. And the other challenge, too, is if we only rely on a handful of species that maybe are good at competing against Phragmites or produce lots of seeds, or they're maybe really easy to work with, again, we're going to be losing a lot of that diversity that we need going into the future. So the species that are harder to work with are not ones to give up with. That's actually where people like me, as researchers, we can delve into figuring out how to grow and propagate those species. One of the big challenges with seeding is seed dormancy. And so that just means that when plants produce seeds, they're not necessarily ready to go and just grow out in the wild. They actually are literally asleep. And so they have to be treated in a way to get them, to wake them up and to get them ready to grow. And so there's a couple ways we do it. You basically are mimicking natural processes, either through cold stratification, where you treat seeds in the refrigerator under moist conditions, or maybe trying to mimic soil abrasion or bird digestion. We've treated seeds with acid or bleach in some cases and had success. This dormancy break can be a tool, though, that's kind of interesting to harness, because one of the things about this type of dormancy is that as you break dormancy effectively, you get seeds to germinate very fast and under much broader conditions. So if you're a manager who wants to get seeds out at a certain point and establish cover really quickly, if you do dormancy break well, you can actually be successful. And so Ray Robinson, who's sitting in the audience, was our lab manager up until early this spring. And one of her great contributions in our lab, there were many, but was to do a whole bunch of different experiments looking at dormancy breaking requirements of many different species. So we have the portfolios of dormancy that we're starting to build. Another question is, what seeding rate should I use? So there's been kind of standard practices that restoration practitioners have used. And as part of Emily Tarsa, my former PhD student's work, she did, you can see these children's kiddie pools in the upper right here. She did a bunch of seeding experiments where we put in different amounts of native seed and Phragmites seeds. And one of the things we were wondering is, if you put in more native seeds, at some point, do they start competing with each other and and killing each other, essentially. She did not find that, which was great. So that is a lack of density-dependent mortality, to be an academic. And she found that as she put in more native seeds, then the native cover and biomass increased, and then we saw a decrease in Phragmites because it was being shaded out by the native species. You might be looking at that green arrow, though, and thinking that's not a big increase with a lot of with greater native seeds. But that dashed line represents more what we've found in the field, which is that we tend to get a lot more of a benefit from those increased numbers in the field. On the flip side, though, she also looked at different levels of Phragmites seed density, and that's what this graph on the right-hand side shows, that basically when you have low Phragmites density, you can have high cover or biomass of natives. But as the Phragmites density went up, that the cover of the natives went down dramatically. And so that tells me that as a manager, if you have not controlled the Phragmites in the seed bank, you're not going to have success with your native seeding efforts. So those many years of management are a good investment. So just to wrap up here, I think we're seeing that there are limits to what we can achieve. Just a couple examples from students' experiments. This is from Jess Braun and Alana Feldman's research on Utah Lake. So we put out these seeding experiments in May 2021 to look at a variety of different questions. September 2023, everything was under many, many feet of water. So basically, even if they did have pretty good establishment of native species from the seeding efforts, then no seedling or small plant can survive under those conditions. And so we're really facing incredibly difficult environmental conditions. On the flip side, this is an example from Karina Hebert's work on Great Salt Lake, where she did a May 2021 seeding. By June, there were tons of alkali bulrush seedings. We were all super excited. Massive heat wave, you might remember, later in the year. And by October, all of those seedlings had died off. They could not handle those very harsh conditions. So I will just say, even with the best science, seedlings are still very particular about moisture, light, temperature, salinity. And if we can't get past those stages, if we can't control the environmental conditions enough, we're just not going to have success. So we're really figuring out what it takes to restore native vegetation. This is a work in progress. We're seeing lots of mortality. And I see some of the big questions going forward. What costs are people willing to incur to achieve success? I heard Tim talking about this earlier with respect to carp and June sucker. This is, again, what is the political will here, or the financial will to invest in what needs to happen with, potentially much higher seeding rates? Also, are there resources available proportional to the scale of need if we're trying to restore hundreds, if not thousands of acres? And will there be water, but not too much, for seeds, seedlings, and mature plants? I'm just going to mention that these limits that I'm talking about, we recently also surveyed wetland managers throughout the Intermountain West, and we asked them about their biggest challenges that they're facing with revegetation, and that's what this graph shows here. And so you can see on the left-hand side there, the top environmental challenges that managers are facing are drought, with respect to their revegetation, are drought or climate change, invasive plant species, and the timing and delivery of water. So this is not just Utah, this is throughout the Intermountain West. 52 managers responded to our survey. And then when you look at what their capacity-related challenges are, what they can do for revegetation, they're facing budget limitations, not enough personnel, and logistical challenges. So these are real limits that are going to greatly limit what people are going to be able to do on the ground. I'll just end with saying that I am nonetheless optimistic. We really are nothing without the people that are advocating for, managing, studying, recreating, and generally supporting our wetlands and lakes and rivers and streams. I have, over the last 15 years, just been really buoyed by the fact that so many people are willing to do what we call knowledge co-production, which means scientists and managers and practitioners working hand in hand to do applied science to improve restoration and management. So it's been a fantastic journey so far. You might recognize some faces on here in the room today. And I just want to thank the many funders for our various projects on Great Salt Lake and Utah Lake. And I don't know if I have time for questions, but that's all I've got for you today. Thanks. Do I have time? I see a hand.
Yeah, we can take one.
Take one.
Quite concerned that we're calling Phragmites an invasive species when actually it's native to Utah. The word Utah comes from Native American for reed arrow. So I'm quite convinced that the native Phragmites was quite abundant all along the wetlands here. And it was probably a keystone species. If you go back to the Ice Age when it was Lake Bonneville, there was the giant ground sloths in their copolites. There was Phragmites in their feces. So I'm very concerned that we're going to try to eliminate Phragmites when actually it was probably very beneficial to the environment.
Yeah, I think that's a really important distinction to make, which I didn't cover today, but there is a native subspecies, Phragmites australis subspecies Americanus. So one of the first things I did when we started working here in Utah was actually genetically test what Phragmites is where. There's a Eurasian version and there is a Native American version. And so we found the sub-Americanus, the native version. We did not find it at all on Great Salt Lake. We found it in one small patch on the west side of Utah Lake. We found it in one small patch in Cache Valley. And then the rest of it is was along remote rivers and streams and hot springs and various places away from human populations. But 99.9% Great Salt Lake and Utah Lake and what's along our ditches and streams non-native based on our testing.
Is there any effort to protect the ones along Utah Lake?
That is definitely outside my area of influence, but I have provided that information to other people who would be able to talk about that. Yep. I don't know if Addy's given me the thumbs up. Okay. Yeah.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, someone I know who knows a lot more about plants than I do, she said that the native species also is less dense and allows lots of other plants to thrive alongside it. So
yeah, definitely. That is, I like to say that it knows how to play well with its neighbors. It is part of a community, as the Eurasian version that is so dense and so tall, essentially no other species, plant species can exist underneath it. So yeah, that's an important point. Thanks.
And by the way, we're lucky to have some traditional ecological knowledge that's been passed down with the Meghan-Grace Nation, and love to get you in touch with them.
Yeah, that would be great. Thank you.
Right. Thank you, Karin. That was a very nice presentation about our vegetation management around Utah. And now I'm going to hand it off to Brittany Duncan with the Department of Ag and Food, and she's going to talk to us a little bit more about Phragmites monitoring. Thanks.
Hi, everybody. Thank you so much for having me here today. As Addy said, I am an environmental scientist with Utah Department. Short too. Okay. With Utah Department of Agriculture and Food, and more particularly, I'm involved in the invasive species mitigation program, and that is a competitive program that allows us to award money to control noxious weeds all throughout the state. And for this one in particular, we've been involved and partnered with many people for years to control Phragmites australis across the lake as well. First, I wanted to talk a little bit more about the history of treatment around Utah Lake. In 2010, they began aerial spraying herbicides to control Phragmites, and then in 2013, Around that time is when the ISM program was developed, so we were able to start partnering and helping by funding to control Phragmites around the lake. And then additionally, around this time, they started to remove the dead Phragmites litter, which is really important because each year after Phragmites ceases, the stems remain, and then when it snows, they fold over and kind of form a really thick mat I call lodged Phragmites, and it completely will block the sunlight from reaching the ground, so nothing else can grow. In 2018, the management there was publications from USU about proper management and best practices for controlling Phragmites, and the management did an excellent job of really focusing each site retreating for 3 years, because that's the best way to get rid of it, and well, not get rid of it, but really allow the native plants to grow. And then that's around the same time that we got a monitoring program, which is what I'm involved in. So we were able to come out and start monitoring the plants around the lake. And it was really important to us because over the past 10 years, we've put in over $1 million towards controlling Phragmites around the lake. So we really wanted to get quantitative data to say, yes, what we're doing is working, that Phragmites is decreasing. And then also help with management to be like, oh, maybe like tweak things here, but they've been doing a great job. So you guys will see that in just a sec. So we installed transects all over the lake. We have 3 main treatment areas, one at North Shore, at Fork Boat Harbor, and at Vineyard Beach. And then we also installed some beach references, but we didn't end up using. And we have native reference sites. We have 2 transects just below Lincoln Beach, and then one at the very bottom of the lake at La Pointe. And then we installed 3 more transects near Mosida that were going to be like our untreated transects to make sure that it was actually our treatment that was causing the changes rather than drought or flood or whatever other things are happening around the lake. In total, we monitored about 21 transects. We weren't able to monitor them all each year because there's some issues with toxic algal blooms and things like that. We had a break year in year 21 and then completed monitoring for this part of the project in 2022. So I met with Jake Johnson before the project began, and the goal was to get less than a 20% cover of Phragmites in 5 years. And the green line here represents that goal. And then the upper dark blue line is the untreated site. So it began with around a 55% cover, and then increased after years up to 65% cover. And then it was treated in 2021, so it dropped quite dramatically. So you can see it's pretty effective after just 1 year treatment. And then the treated sites started around 50% cover and slowly decreased each year. These sites had all been treated at least once before monitoring began, and then they were steadily treated each year after that. Then by the end, they're at about 11% cover as well. And then the native and reference sites are along the bottom and barely had any frag. So that's great. And then this is the graph that I'm most excited to show you guys. So this is the average percent cover from our LPI endpoint intercept analysis. And we have 4 lines here. The triangle dark blue is Phragmites cover. The gray is the lodged dead Phragmites. The green is the native plants. And bare ground, that square light blue. And you can see that Phragmites is pretty high to begin with. Then we have like 20 to 30% for the lodged dead Phragmites and the native plants. And the bare ground there's none. And then over treatment time, as we get closer to 2020, we have this really interesting switch and ecosystem transition. Phragmites is down to about 20% cover. Lodged dead Phragmites is down to about 20% cover. We have a 20% cover increase in ground. So we're getting that light reaching the ground. And then right after that, we see the native plants just explode. So Utah Lake has been really fun to work with because there is a great seed bank at the lake already. So After 3 years of treatment, consecutive treatment, we're seeing native plants really explode and take over. We had a lot of bulrushes, which is really exciting, and not willows, conwoods, which is also really exciting, and just a whole bunch of different things. So just really interesting. About 3 years, when everything's about 20% covered, then the native plants are able to get a lake hold and do something. We are seeing such a beautiful recovery of native plants at these. There is still Phragmites there, and it'll probably be a life or century-long fight to control this weed from taking over. But there is some hope there, I think. And we also have sort of a separate project going on where we're monitoring grazing at Utah Lake. We have 3 transects here at the holdaway property. The points are the start and stop points of the transects that we put out. That began a year later in 2019, and we just actually wrapped up all of our monitoring about a week and a half ago. So I don't have all of the data yet, but we are seeing a decrease in Phragmites, which is really great. It is Phragmites as there is significantly short because it's been grazed down, and then we'll throw up like really small shoots of Phragmites. So you have like the stems, and it kind of looks like a broom of Phragmites. And then we are seeing huge recovery of native plants with just grazing alone, which is really exciting. So we began with about 10 species pre-grazing, and then by year 3, we're up to 29 species. That's post-grazing, 1 year of grazing. And then we just went out there this past week, and there was tons of bulrushes coming in, and just other really beneficial plants. And we are seeing a little bit of invasion of other knotweeds, and this is true on the rest of the lake too, like Canada thistle, Russian olive, tamarisk. So all of those will also need to have close eye to make sure they don't take the place of Phragmites. But overall, there's definitely hope, and it's really exciting to see. And any questions?
We're actually going to need to skip the question period just to keep the track. But again, there will be opportunities to submit questions during the lunch break that can be to Brittany for review. Thank you.
Thank you, Brittany. And then now we are going to have Meghan-Grace from Utah State University give us a presentation on submerged aquatic vegetation. And so I will give this off.
Excuse me. Hi, folks. My name is Megan Slocombe. I'm a master's student in Karin Kettenring lab. And today I'm going to be talking to you about aquatic plant communities at the Provo River Delta and beyond. In order to do that, I first have to define what I mean by aquatic plants. So today, this presentation, when I say aquatic plants, I mean species that live out their life cycle either fully submerged or floating on the surface of the water. So in this schematic, that would include the floating leaf vegetation and the submerged vegetation, which is in the yellow box there on the screen. I have a feeling that most people here are probably familiar with the Provo River Delta Restoration Project. But for those who aren't, the Provo River Delta Restoration Project aims to increase habitat for the June sucker, which we've already heard about today. A big piece of this restoration was bringing back native plant communities to help create a really robust and diverse habitat for those fish. However, when bids were out asking for folks to actually come and restore the aquatic vegetation at the site, there wasn't a whole lot of interest. And that really reflects the limited capacity for aquatic plant restoration in general. So we have these really great programs to bring back riparian and emergent plants, but that really doesn't exist for aquatic plants yet. But instead of forgoing aquatic plants, URMCC decided to fund research to increase future capacity for aquatic plant restoration, which has helped us to answer a lot of questions in Karin's lab, but as all good science does, we've also come up with more questions to answer. And today's presentation is really going to focus on some of the basic questions that we were asking specific to the Provo River Delta. So first, abundant are aquatic plants at the Provo River Delta, and then also what aquatic plants are we actually seeing there. So abundance and diversity. To do this, we did a stratified random sampling of the aquatic vegetation throughout the Delta. So each of those green dots represents a point where I went out to on my paddleboard. At that site, we collected data in 5 different plots. So our plot 1/4 meter by 1/4 meter, and we identified all the plants in those plots. And then we also recorded percent cover for those different types of vegetation. For each site, we averaged the percent covers across the 5 plots to give us some base knowledge for each of those sites. So big overview, we observed 13 different native aquatic plant species, which is really exciting. That's pretty good diversity. And there were really 5 main species that we were seeing while we were out there. And I'll mention while we did survey in each of these sites, we also were paddleboarding throughout the Delta to get to these sites, right? So we're making notes of any other additional species we saw as we went. So some of these main species we saw were duckweed, coontail, horn pondweed, sago pondweed, and unfortunately also curly leaf pondweed, which is an aquatic invasive species in the area. If we dig into the data a little bit further, we can start thinking about that question about abundance. So on this map, we have green dots still represent each of those sampling points. And then next to those green dots, we have a little bar, and that bar is split into unvegetated as white and vegetated as blue. And that vegetation could either be emergent or aquatic plants or algae, as there were some areas where we saw quite a bit of algae. And right off the bat, we can see vegetation cover is relatively low, but that's expected. This was our first year that the Provo River was actually connected to the Delta. And so each of those spots where we do see plants is the sort of populations that are going to continue to grow and become more robust over time. We'll also notice that there's greater vegetation cover near the section of the Delta where the river flows into it. That's likely because the Provo River is acting as a propagule source, right? We have seeds, we have we have tubers, all floating down the Provo River and into the Delta where they're able to actually settle and emerge as plants right there. Next, we can start thinking about diversity. So we're looking at a really similar map to what we just saw, except now I've broken that blue vegetated portion into different colors, representing different plants. And then we've blown it up, so we're looking at relative cover. And those 3 main colors we see represent different types of primary producers within the wetland. So we have our category, with dark blue representing emergent vegetation and blue representing algae. Then we have greens for our true aquatic species. The lighter greens tend to be more floating-leaved species, whereas the darker greens are our kind of classic submerged species like sago pondweed. And then finally, we have orange representing curly leaf pondweed, the aquatic invasive species. So generally, we have really good description of aquatic plants, right? We have a lot of green throughout the map, which is really exciting, because again, those are starting populations which are going to continue to grow through time. However, we also have high abundances of curly leaf pondweed. And again, you'll notice that this is close to where the Provo River is flowing into the Delta. There's a really abundant population of curly leaf pondweed in the Provo River. So it's actually a strong propagule source, sending all of those different propagules from curly leaf pondweed into the Delta. Just want to take a second to say that while this is obviously a management challenge, I think it's one that we shouldn't give up on. We shouldn't allow our aquatic plant community to become a monoculture of curly leaf pondweed. It's really important to continue to monitor and try to remove the curly leaf pondweed to allow a diverse native aquatic plant community, because that's going to contribute to the diverse habitat niches available for all the different species that might be found in the Delta. So this work is important because first, it tells us about the abundance and diversity, so it answers our questions. But it also helps to inform what species might need to be actively restored to the site. So are there native aquatic plant species that we know of that we don't see at the Delta yet? And finally, it also tells us what species could potentially be sourced from the site for future restoration projects nearby. We have a really great sago population at the Provo River Delta, we could potentially collect propagules there and bring them to our next restoration site in the area. But of course, this presentation was beyond, and while we're not going to go to infinity, we are going to look at some data really quickly from our waterfowl management areas. So this is an extension of the research that I was doing with Sam Krakowski, our lab manager, where we did similar vegetation surveys in a couple different areas along the Great Salt Lake, including public grounds, Ogden Bay, Howard Slough, and Farmington Bay. So we can take the data that we've already looked at for the Provo River Delta and put it onto this grid. So we're going to use this to compare and contrast which species are present at these different areas. So we can see the Provo River Delta is relatively diverse. We've got a lot of different species there. We can start adding on our WMAs. This one, the public shooting grounds, is a lot less diverse, right? We only saw 3 different species there. We have Ogden Bay, a little bit more diverse. Howard Slough, again, not very diverse. And Farmington Bay, a little bit more diverse. And the reason these inventories or surveys of the aquatic vegetation are important is because this is really the first step in trying to restore native aquatic vegetation in the areas, right? We need to know what's there before we can start adding new species. So, for instance, at the Provo River Delta, we have great diversity, but there is a species, Nagy's marina, that we saw at Farmington Bay that we haven't seen at the Provo River Delta. So now we can know that we potentially collect propagules at Farmington Bay and increase native diversity at the Provo River Delta. And this could be vice versa, right? There are tons of native species we're seeing at the Provo River Delta that we aren't yet seeing in a lot of our WMAs. So now we can kind of create this library system where we can share native species among our wetlands. Okay, with that, I don't know if I have time for questions, but I did put my email up here. If
we are going to need to move on to the next presentation. And please do make sure you submit questions on the form online during lunch. Thank you for your presentation.
Thank you, Megan. That was awesome. And so now we are going to have Bradley Roth with Aquatechnex to talk to us a little bit about some harmful algal bloom treatments that were done in Utah Lake and some of its marinas this summer.
Hello, everyone. My name is Bradley Roth. I am an aquatic biologist with Aquatechnex. And today we are going to be talking about the mitigation of cyanobacteria in a few Utah Lake marinas in our project efforts from this summer. I also want to give credit to Ryan Van Gotham. He's been pretty instrumental setting up this project and basically just managing and organizing. He's a water quality technical specialist with our partner Eutrophics. So yeah, credit to him. He also helped me put a lot of this data together. Oop. Oh. All right. So what's the problem? As many of you may know, Utah Lake is being impacted by harmful algae blooms. And the problem I'm going to focus on today is the safety part of it. Cyanobacteria, it is a known toxin to humans, pets, and wildlife, and this presents a substantial health hazard. You know, there's been a lot of advisories, closures in many recreational areas of the lake, such as beaches and marinas. And this is a problem because, you know, this region is growing pretty rapidly. I've seen it driving around all the new divisions that have been built, and it's got a high socioeconomic and cultural value to the people that live here. And a big problem is well, there's a high amount of nutrients, specifically phosphorus, that needs to be restored in the lake. And this is a long-term problem. And really, this could take decades, years to implement. It can also be really expensive. So there's a need for solutions in the short term. And we do have some good short-term solutions. One of them is managing harmful algae blooms within the marinas. And this can maintain safe public access to the lake. And this is really valuable because we want to maintain access for recreation for people that live around Utah Lake. So what have we done to date? So we've been commencing on some algae treatments, and we started in 2020. We really expanded that in 2021 and 2022. We've been using EPA registered algicides to manage the cyanobacteria in some marinas on the lake. This has come with very robust monitoring. and we've seen really positive results. Basically, the monitoring that we've been doing is we've been tracking the type of algae and the cell counts each week as we've been treating, see our results, and it's resulted in positive. Also, we've tested some other additional technologies such as curtains, which is basically some diffused aeration. We've been testing on trying to keep concentrations within the breakwater a little bit better. I believe we did that a couple years ago. This year, the Utah Lake Authority was able to fund our treatments in the late summer this year. I wanted to give a little overview of our company. So we're Aquatechnex. We've been around for about 4 decades now. We work up on the West Coast. We got, I don't know, maybe 5 or 6 offices spread throughout. One in California, Boise office, a couple in Washington State. Personally come from Spokane, Washington and Eastern Washington. Our main specializations are invasive and noxious aquatic weed control projects. I personally do a lot of milfoil control and lakes throughout the Pacific Northwest. We also do a lot of algae and harmful algae bloom management, kind of like what we're doing right now at Utah Lake. Another thing we've been getting into recently is phosphorus mitigation. We've been using some proprietary products that sequester phosphorus in sediments. We've been working with our partners at Eutrophics on this. So that's a new interesting technology that we've been having success throughout the Pacific Northwest and California. All right, so the project areas. So we've been working on 2 marinas this year. The first marina is Utah Lake State Park Marina, about 50 acres. And then we got the Landom Marina, which is about 10 acres. They're both about 8 or 9 feet max depth, and they're all both included by breakwaters, which makes it an easy place to control the cyanobacteria and keep a good concentration of algicide. So here is our treatment table for what we've done so far this year. We've done 7 treatments so far. We've gotten into a routine of doing copper 1 week and then a peroxide the next week and flip-flopping each week, except for the first 3 weeks. We were able to do a medium use rate at the beginning. There was a bit higher of cyanobacteria counts, so we had to increase our use rate. But as we were doing our robust monitoring throughout, we noticed that we were dropping our cyanobacteria counts. So we were able to reduce our dosage rate about halfway through the project. And we actually have 1 more treatment upcoming tomorrow, and it's going to be the last one for the summer. And I believe we have a few more scheduled for June of next year. Here's our treatment boat. It's outfitted with drop hoses. We basically just direct inject the algicide straight into the water from a tank, and we're able to evenly lay it out in even transects throughout the marina. All right, here's our results from our monitoring of the algae. So we did an algae ID sample each week. You can see at Utah Lake State Park, the cyanobacteria, which is denoted by the blue, which is known as blue-green algae as well. It's very, very high. It's above our management threshold, and our management threshold was determined to be 20,000 per milliliter. This was determined to be a threshold that less than that, it would be safe to keep beaches open because the reduced human health hazard. And throughout our treatments, we were able to drop the cyanobacteria counts below the management threshold. And after the 3rd or 4th week, we were able to reduce our dosage rate because we had such a low count of cyanobacteria. Additionally, we were able to, and this is the graph on the right, we were able to bring in more beneficial algae as a higher composition rather than our toxic cyanobacteria. And our beneficial algae are green algae and diatoms. The same can be said at Landom Marina. We did see a spike about the 3rd week of cyanobacteria, probably because it got pretty hot. There is kind of an anomaly at the beginning. It's lower than management threshold, but I'm kind of guessing maybe the cold weather at the time dropped it temporarily. But it's hard to say. But either way, we were able to get it under control by repeat weekly treatments every Tuesday. And we were able to also get the composition to more beneficial algae, which is, again, our green algae and diatoms, to reduce amount of cyanobacteria in the marina. So in summary, using a weekly treatment routine during summer bloom conditions, we are able to effectively manage cyanobacteria and keep it with under a 20,000 cell per mil threshold. And some of the smaller marinas, they may need a 2-time weekly treatment during the peak season when it's really hot. We were able to see a major shift, which occurred from toxigenic cyanobacteria to other beneficial algae. There was no adverse effects. We were using peroxide and copper-based algicides at low use rates, which does not affect fish. So that's good. And then really in conclusion, this is an effective management approach to meet short-term goals and reducing cyanobacteria and associated toxin potential in enclosed marinas and swimming beaches, so we can keep them open and safe for recreational access. Not sure we have time for questions, but I got my contact info up here, and yeah, you can come find me after if you have other questions.
You need to move on, Bradley, but thank you so much.
All right, everybody. Thank you so much, Bradley. But we are going to move on to our keynote speaker, who is Dr. Przemyslaw Bajer out of University of Minnesota. He's been so kind to come all the way down here to speak to us a little bit about carp management, some other solutions that we are definitely thinking about in the next few years. So I will pass it over to him as he changes his laptop. So enjoy.
Thanks, Addy, for the intro. We have to do some laptop judo here for a minute, hopefully. Make this work. Okay, at least I'm sharing my screen now. I think I'll be okay without the
So you should be able to, even if you want, you can.
Oh, great.
Awesome. Advance the slide. You'll have to advance on here. Does that make sense? Let me just go double check, make sure we're good on the other screen. Oh, it's not sharing your. If you can exit back out of your slides for a second. Okay, go to your Microsoft Teams. Hit share. And then your screen is fine. Go to your slides and go to presentation mode. Okay.
almost there.
Okay, you're set. You should have the laser and then just advance on your computer.
Wonderful. Thanks. I feel like such a high maintenance person here. Well, thanks a lot for the invite. I know we're short on time, so I'll be brief introduction. I'm Przemyslaw Bajer. I wear 2 hats. I'm an academic. I work at the University of Minnesota, where I'm a research faculty. And I also have carp management company, Carp Solutions. I have been working with common carp for the past 17 years. And so it happens that I have been working exclusively on common carp. So over the years, I've learned a thing or two about them, and be showing basically the things that I've learned. I try to pick information that may be relevant here, but I do want to say that, you know, I'm from the Twin Cities. Most of the work I do is in the Midwest, so some of it may not be applicable, but hopefully we'll have some time for discussion and questions afterwards. A really brief intro. You'll notice it's a large fish that was introduced from Eurasia. This is the home of the carp, the sort of large rivers that flow into Black Sea in that area. Some of it will come back. You'll see how migratory those fish are, which is not a big surprise if you think that they came from large river systems. A little bit about carp biology, which would sort of highlight why they're so difficult to manage. We all know that they are usually quite large. Some people are surprised that they're long-lived. 50 plus years is not uncommon in the right environment. So really, really long-lived, which is, again, not unusual for a lot of fish species. The quantity, large females can have more than 1 million, but that's probably not the most important thing. The most important thing that under the right environment, they can have about 1,000 fingerlings at the end of the summer per female. So if you imagine an animal that's like an elephant, live for 50 years, and can have 1,000 babies every year, you kind of see the challenge. They mature, on top of that, they mature at about age of 3 in our area. I hear that it's about the same here. They spawn in May and June. This is interesting too. The eggs stick to aquatic vegetation. They have no protective mechanisms, no toxin in the egg membrane, no parental care. Because of that, a lot of native fish can feed on carp eggs and larvae. I'll come back to that in a second. The fish are omnivorous. They eat all kinds of food. Introduction in late 1800s on purpose because European settlers wanted them. Brought from Germany. I think Utah Lake was also stocked somewhere in the late 1800s. It was from that first push to get the carp throughout the U.S. Carp are called ecosystem engineers. Let me see if this works. Because they have the ability to fundamentally change the ecosystems they invade. This is their specialty. They dig the bottom when they're looking for food, plant seeds, invertebrates, plant roots, those sorts of things. And because of that, I mean, you can imagine, large abundance of fish digging in the bottom, the water turbidity increases, aquatic macrophytes establish, can have broad impacts on ecosystem function, biodiversity, water quality, and such. We've tried to quantify how many carp is too many, and that took several years. These are data from whole lake experiments. We were able to quantify carp biomass of kilograms per hectare using mark and recapture studies, and plant cover in the littoral, and also plant species richness, just the number of species. And there's a strong correlation between carp biomass and plant cover. For that reason, 100 kilograms per hectare is usually used as carp management threshold. If you have more carp then you don't have much aquatic vegetation. If you have less carp than 100 per hectare, then you tend to see more aquatic plants, and we sort of assume that at that level, the carp they can be damaging, but they're not extremely damaging to lakes. So in our area, we commonly use this 100 kilograms per hectare. I am not sure the same applies here. I want to talk a little bit about recruitment. Tim was talking about recruitment in the morning. When we manage carp, we tend to focus on the big adult individuals and removing them. These guys are actually what often makes or breaks carp management. So this is a carp that is probably about 3 or 4 months old. That's what they look like at the end of the summer. They're about 6 months long or so. So it's about from this to this, and what process regulates the recruitment, which is production of young in carp. Because as you'll see in a second, they're very fecund fish, a lot of eggs. They spawn every single year. They're not very picky about where they spawn. They're quite flexible. But the survival of young carp is not a given. Like in a lot of lakes, they actually don't do quite well. They kind of need specific environments. I guess the bad news may be that this appears to be a good environment for carp recruitment. So we actually tried to understand what's driving carp recruitment. Like, why is it? Because when I started working on carp in the Twin Cities, we would survey lakes for actually 3 years without finding any juvenile carp, and we were seeing high abundance of adults in a lot of lakes, and they're spawning every year, and yet no recruits. So we did some experiments, but in the end, we also did a broad scale analysis where we used available data from Minnesota, South Dakota, Nebraska, and Iowa, I believe, over 1,300 lakes sampled over 20 years. And we looked at the abundance of adult carp. Those are data collected by DNR. Abundance of adult carp and young of the year, the little 6-inch fish at the end of the summer. And we did a sort of broad analysis, and it turned out that in that analysis there were 2 main ecological filters that were regulating if you had or did not have young of the year carp in a lake. One was lake productivity, which was expressed as secchi depth. So if a lake with secchi depth is about a foot in the middle of the summer, So let's say those are less eutrophic, more eutrophic, and oligotrophic lakes. So lakes with clearer water, less productive. Only 4% of those lakes ever had young of the year carp. They still had present adult carp. But if you move to the more productive lakes, much higher percentages of them had young of the year carp present. If these productive lakes had high abundance of bluegills, 20% had young of the year carp. If these productive lakes had low abundance of bluegills, 75% of them had young of the year carp. So lake productivity and bluegills, which are micro predators, which consume carp eggs and larvae, our area were like the two big variables. So I just briefly talk about, so, you know, in our area, productive lakes are usually, maybe 70, 100 micrograms of phosphorus per liter. Utah Lake is like 200 and higher. So it's really, really productive in terms of phosphorus, total phosphorus. So we wanted to understand how lake productivity can drive recruitment in carp, the survival of carp babies, so to speak. And the short answer is we don't know. But what we did, we did the first step. We collected water from oligotrophic, mesotrophic, and eutrophic lakes because we wanted to see what carp larvae actually eat. Because believe it or not, but I couldn't find any papers published on that other than some old Russian aquaculture papers. It turns out that they like to eat Daphnias and both Marinas. Not a big surprising because the silver and bighead carp, which are the so-called Asian carp, they, for example, eat rotifers, which are super abundant in highly productive lakes. But common carp not so much. They have pretty specific requirements. They like cladocerans. So these were the differences between the larval fish from productive, moderately productive, and oligotrophic lake. Really big differences in growth rate. So probably the larval carp do better in productive lakes because they have more cladocerans, eat more Daphnias and Bosminas. How do bluegills affect carp recruitment? We did many experiments on that. The take-home message is that bluegills consume carp eggs and larvae. Bluegills are small predatory fish that well adapted to foraging within vegetated habitats where carp usually spawn. And if you have a lot of bluegills in the lake, really are very effective at basically preventing carp eggs and larvae from further development. They eat them up. Oh, this is just a photo of bluegill stomach collected from carp spawning area. All of these little dots here are carp eggs. I don't know if you can see them. All right. The final thing, like the main things, productivity, bluegills, and the third one is abundance of adult carp. And was mentioned also in the morning. We call it the stock recruitment relationship. So often if you have a lake with highly abundant populations of adult carp, that sort of overwhelms everything else. The juveniles don't survive very well. And we don't really know why, again. We did some experiments in ponds, and one interesting thing is that in systems with high abundance of adults, parasite transfer from adults to juveniles is actually quite high, and that may be limiting the survival of juveniles if you have a lot of adults. But not the most important. The most important thing is numbers, because carp control boils down to numbers at the end of the day. So able to figure out the relationship between the adult carp in the lake, these are densities, individuals per hectare, from 0 to 600 individuals per hectare. And carp recruits, number of recruits, this is a catch per trap net. So on a population level, which is this curve, the highest production of recruits occurs at this sort of moderately low abundance of adults, say 50 to 100 per hectare. But if you look per individual adult carp, if you have really low abundance of adult carp, they are able to produce about 2 to 250 juveniles per year per adult, which means twice as many per female, so 4 to 500. And then that quickly declines as abundance of adults increases. So why does it matter, right? If you're doing carp removal in a lake, Utah Lake, once you start removing adults and reducing their abundance, the productivity of adults and the number of babies they can produce per individual quickly increases. So that's why, you're fighting this uphill battle. Often managers are trying to get to this area where in the scale of the entire population, you're seeing this decline in recruitment. You fished out so many adults that even though each one produces a lot of juveniles, overall they produce less. But that's usually a long way to go. All right, so now I want to talk a little bit about the life cycle of carp in our area. And hopefully we'll have some time for discussion later on to see if any of this applies to Utah Lake. So this is the life cycle of carp in Minnesota. So let's just start in wintertime. Time is interesting because carp form those tight aggregations on the ice, and we don't know why, but they do. Then in the spring, those aggregations break up, and the carp migrate from lakes to shallow marshes to spawn. We see really synchronized spawning migrations. One of the explanations is that they simply avoid the predators like bluegills that are abundant in lakes, but usually not very in marshes. So they'll spawn in marshes, and then they return to lakes. And then the juveniles develop in the marshes and stay in there for about 2 years, and then they grow up and move back to lakes. In the middle of the summer, carp display another interesting behavior, social feeding, social foraging strategies, which you can exploit to actually bring them to aggregate with food. So once you understand the life cycle, it's a little bit easier to plan management strategies, integrated pest management, which means multiple tools, each one targeting specific weakness in the life history. So I'll start winter seining. And I think winter seining has been done in Utah Lake a bit. These are examples from our area, usually large nets dragged across the bottom, targeting those winter aggregations of carp, usually augmented with telemetry. You implant carp with transmitters to find where they school, and then you target the schools. Works really effectively in lakes with bottoms that don't have a lot of obstacles on the bottom where you can net. This is an example from one of the systems in the metro area, Twin Cities Metro. These dots are radio tagged carp in 3 lakes in November, and these are in January. So all of these carp moved up and aggregated in every 2 spots. And we see that over and over in our lakes. It would be nice to see some telemetry data from Utah Lake to see if that's happening too. This is a photo from Utah Lake. So I think these guys can find those aggregations not just using telemetry, but also sonars. Seining can also be used in open water. Again, if you have a lake with flat bottom where it's easy to draw a net, that works quite well. So that's usually like the first that the commercial fishermen employ. It works very well if you have uneven bottom or if you have vegetation. Another method we developed to target the second weakness in life history is targeting those spawning migrations. So when they move from lakes to marshes, they usually move at the same time in large numbers. And here, I don't know if there is seasonal migrations into any tributaries or any wetlands. If that was the case, you could perhaps consider something like this. What we do is when the fish are moving, you want a barrier to direct them into a trap. Physical barriers usually don't work because they require a lot of maintenance. So we use this electric fish fence technology, which can be stretched across the stream in a day, and we use that to divert the fish into a trap and then remove them. The concept is really simple. As the carp are trying to migrate in their spawning habitat, the electric fence prevents that and it directs them into a trap. And this is kind of interesting. Inside the trap area, which could be quite large, there's other sets of electrodes that you can turn on in sequence to push the carp on conveyors and remove them from the river. Bottom line here is that you want to have a technology that doesn't require a lot of labor and something that you can install over large area, different water depths, and let the electricity do the work for you instead of having a large crew. We tested this in one of our study sites. I don't know if I have time for video. This is like a 3-minute video. I'll start playing at the beginning and you kind of see the size of the of our field site. A stream that's about 70 feet across. We're testing it over 2 spawning seasons, season, 2/3 of the spawning ground were removed, about 20,000 fish or so. So, you know, in our area, that can work well, because often more than 50% of the populations will move out of the lake and go to the spawning site. So, but again, I don't know if this would be applicable to this area or not. If the spawning grounds, then I think that's one thing that could be considered. So this is the electric fish fence in the water. This is how carp react to it. This is directing them into the trap. And again, this is perhaps the most novel aspect of it, using electricity to not just block the fish, but to guide them onto submerged conveyors and removing them from the lake. There's a YouTube video on that. If you look it up, Carp Solutions YouTube channel, you should be able to find it. I'm going to move on because I think we don't have a lot of time. Another strategy that we use in the summer, and this is something that definitely would work here. I am not sure about the scale of it. It's the oldest trick in the book, baiting and removing. Carp are social animals, and you can train to aggregate at baited sites. The bait we use is cracked corn, which is cheap and convenient, and it's very selective, which is good news because you have a method that only targets carp. This is what happens when you start baiting. This is carp underwater. It takes usually about 3 days to train them to aggregate at the baited sites. Again, all those fish are carp, even though these experiments were done in lakes with pretty high diversity of native fish. Turns out that not many fish like to eat cracked corn. And we developed these nets that you can set in shallow water. And it's just a demo. Nice thing about those is, so these nets are 30 feet by 60 feet. You can go much bigger if you wanted. They have posts and counterweights around. The bait's in the middle. These are remotely controlled, so you can control from your boat. You can control them from your laptop, for example. And inside that, there's an antenna that scans presence of carp. So if you can watch your computer at home, and if you see large carp aggregation, you can release the net and catch the fish that way. So this was testing. This is how it's done for real. So we're in the lake, and the antenna is indicating there is an aggregation of carp in the net. So one of us is in the boat, and we call it tripping the net. The counterweights are sitting in those plastic sleeves for safety. So the net came up, and it takes them about a second or so to figure out that they're trapped. But the net has mesh sides and mesh bottom. So at that point, they're trapped. They cannot escape. And then a removal is just using simple cranes and a boat to get the carp out of this is the simplest part of the removal process. So a couple of nice things about it is it's selective. It's relatively easy to use. It can target all life stages, including the juvenile adults. And it can be used in vegetated habitats. So if you have a habitat that the lake is already recovering, you see some vegetation growing, you can still use those while it's difficult to use, at least in the summer. And again, this is Lake Allegan in Michigan. High diversity of native fish, but if you see the fish in a boat, if you can, these are all carp. The bycatch is usually less than 0.5%. That was one native fish that was released. So this method was used in Lake Allegan. This is a 1,600-acre lake where we reduced biomass from 440 kilos to 90 in 3 years. Significant recruitment. And like I said, this is a selective method that the nice thing about it can be automated. The baiting can be automated. The tripping the net can be automated, and tracking carp online is obviously also automated. So reducing the labor costs. Other potential management techniques, toxic bait. We tested toxic bait. Entomycin A is a toxin produced by soil bacteria. Entomycin A is used sometimes in sea management to eradicate the fish you don't want, or in aquaculture ponds. We wanted to use it as an ingredient of bait. It works in a pond, about 40% mortality in carp. The bait is constructed so that it doesn't leach out of the pellets, so we didn't see any native fish mortality. But it's not, well, it's not allowed for broad application as a part of bait. So that regulation would have to be changed. And also the carp may learn avoidance behaviors towards it because it's difficult to provide toxic amount of bait, sufficient amount of toxin in one bait pellet to make sure that the carp will not survive. If they do survive, they can learn to avoid it. So this is something that has been tested, is being tested. Maybe it will be available in the future. Genetic technologies. There was a mentioning a Trojan Y technique for common carp. Trojan Y. So fish, for the biology students in the room, fish are interesting because the process of meiosis actually completes after the fertilization. So in fish, it's relatively easy to do sex reversals using hormones, treatments, pressure treatments. Long story short, it's relatively easy to produce super males that are double Y chromosomes. And this has been used with some success for brook trout. So basically, when a YY male crosses with a wild female, it produces only male offspring. So by stopping those super males, you can skew the sex ratio to eliminate females from the population. But then if the second generation crosses with wild females, it goes back to normal reproduction. You have males and females, it breaks down in the second generation. So this works for short-lived species. There was some excitement. There was a paper 2021 which suggested that it might work for common carp. I sort of disagreed. I actually corresponded with the authors. There was not a paper this year saying that it's unlikely to work in species like carp simply because they're so long-lived and they can have so many offspring. But again, something to consider. Genetic technologies, this is probably something that eventually will be used. Mike Szymanski is a professor at the University of Minnesota that's been working on this for years. These are very interesting technologies. The concept here is a little bit different than the Trojan Y super male. These are more like gene drives, meaning once you engineer a genetically modified fish, that fish will spread the copies to all offspring. And genetic engineering is like, I don't know, building a microprocessor. Once you build a version, it's easier to build the next one better. So once you crack the process of genetic engineering, you can target different strategies. Fish that can produce only a male offspring, or fish that can produce no offspring. So this is, in my assessment, probably 10 years or so away. Technically, I think it will be reached in that time frame. What is allowed for the use, I don't know. But for a system like Utah Lake, that may be something that ultimately be needed, I think. Pathogens. There's been some talk about pathogens for carp control. In Australia, there's been discussed that for years. Long story short, the pathogens already there. There's two viruses that could be used for carp control: soy herpes virus and carp edema virus. Isaiah is a guy who's done a lot of research on that in Minnesota. He found those pathogens already present in Minnesota lakes, and often they're present in lakes with high carp abundance. What this means is that if you introduce a pathogen, you'll see a lot of mortality in the first year, but then the fish will gain immunity and survive. And the pathogen will still have an effect on HZ individuals, but once those survive initial exposure, it becomes much less effective. So on its own, it's unlikely to work. I'll just end with saying that the last decades, there have been several examples of successful carp management in the Midwest. Several examples, several papers. All of them are much, much smaller than Utah Lake. And in all of them, the common denominator is an integrated pest management, meaning many elements combined together, and where the production of juveniles can be managed in one way or another. The only known eradication of carp, and I know that eradication is a long-term aspirational goal for Utah Lake, He's been in Tasmania, like Tim was saying in the morning. The two lakes, Crescent and Sorel, combined, they're about 1/5 of Utah Lake. They were able to eradicate carp from those systems. It took 28 years. There's some differences. We don't know if those lakes are driven by the same processes as Utah Lake. I'm guessing probably not. It did take them 28 years. They started right away when they found the initial introduction, and they're using a wide variety of tools year-round, and they have a year-round crew that basically works just on that. They release annual reports, and you can go online and look them up, or you can send me an email. It's a nice thing about it. Every year they release a report, and there's a lot of data on what gears were used, how many carp were caught, yada, yada, yada. So you can sort of better understanding of what's been working for them. So, almost made it, I guess. So that's all I have. Again, hopefully there will be some time for discussion.
We'll take about minutes or so. If you could raise your hand if you have any questions. We have 2 individuals with microphones that can bring them.
This is more of a observation on Utah Lake, is that carp like to congregate in warm water during the winter. There's several tributaries that come into the lake. One is from wastewater treatment facilities, the other one river. So if the water is just slightly warmer, the carp are going to congregate in those areas, and much easier to catch them and remove them.
I guess that's great news. I don't know to what extent that has been used by the commercial fishermen here. Has not been? Okay. Yeah, anytime you can find a natural location of carp, that speeds up management quite a bit.
If nobody else has a question, what are you doing with carp that you are removing from those lakes? What are you going to do with those carp?
Well, so far they've been buried. There's no market. But the University of Minnesota will be launching an experimental program the next 3 years. It's called Lab to Lakes, where the state is investing in carp management. And I think part of that will be trying to develop economy around that, meaning doing something with biomass. The last 10 years or so, we have been just developing the tools, testing them, improving, trying to figure out how to control carp. The next step will be what to do with them. There's one right there.
So you said that the carp have a learning knowledge or learning ability. So if they're going to a certain location and you're harvesting through those electric fences, do you see them not returning, or any information on that?
Question. Yes, they don't seem to be trap shy, if that's what you mean. So this is referring to the using bait to train carp aggregate in specific areas in the summer when they're feeding. And we use pit technology. Like in Lake Allegan, we tag about 1,000 carp every year, and we have 20 nets with antennas. So we know exactly who is showing up and when, how many we are removing, how many we are not catching, and if the ones we missed, we catch the next day or the next week. And so far, we haven't found super that would be extremely good at learning to avoid the traps. That may happen eventually, but remove 80% of the population from that lake, and we're not seeing evidence that they're learning. So that's good.
How many years can a carp breed? What's the oldest carp you've ever been able to tag?
The oldest one we aged, I think, was 62, and they breed fine. In fish, is like the older the better, right? They get larger and they produce more eggs. We're not really seeing evidence of old fish being in any way, how should I say, less successful at spawning. So yeah, once they mature, it just gets better and better for them.
And it's what about is it 1 million eggs per female? How many eggs is it generally?
Yeah, hundreds of thousands to more than 1 million. It depends on the size.
Here's another observation for the Utah Lake carp, is that they're not only omnivorous, they're cannibalistic. So they'll be feeding on their young as well. So that might have a lot to do with that recruitment curves that you're looking at.
Yeah, there's actually some evidence of that in some papers, but I don't know much about it, but I hear about it. Yeah, so I wouldn't be surprised. I'll just say one sort of thing that it's been shown that they can consume, for example, frogs and other amphibians through predation. People thought it was habitat destruction, turned out to be predation. So yeah, they can be predatory.
Just curious if you have any experience or recommendations using members of the public to help control carp, like with tees or bow fishing tournaments?
The only experience I've had is when we use those baited traps, we often work people who live around the lakes and their job is to bait the trap. This is a simple task they can do, you know, they're involved. And it's a simple task, but it's very important. So that's been my experience with citizen science for carp.
Olivier Merritt. It seems that the situation is some dichotomies in it that makes it very difficult to put an industry in. I think several years ago they looked carefully at possibly harvesting, but you're sort of committing suicide in terms of the business that would be harvesting them, and because as the carp disappear, then of course the industry disappears as well, and so it is an interesting thought, but I'm afraid if we got something like that going, then likely there'd be an impetus towards maintaining a certain level in the lakes so that the industry doesn't suffer.
That's an interesting comment. I think an analogy, ocean fisheries, where a lot of them are kept at about quarter of their or third of their normal abundance, and you can still harvest them every year. I think running out of carp would be a good problem to have. I think in this lake where you have high production of young, I'm guessing, I have not seen data on young of the year, you could probably harvest them, let's just say it in a sustainable way, meaning, I'm just speculating, but there are lakes in Minnesota where you can harvest high biomass every year, and it's like mowing the grass. And then every year or every other, you have to come back. And so you're maintaining the biomass at a level not damaging to the lake, and you're just mowing the grass that grows above that.
Thank you very much, Dr. Bajer. We appreciate you coming.
Thanks a lot.
All right, everybody. So that was an amazing presentation by Dr. Bajer, and we are going to be moving on to our lunch.
Okay, so we have 2 awards up here. Our awardees is not present. They're going to be coming this afternoon. So when they show up, we'll have a second opportunity to provide an award. But we wanted to present this award and have Scott Root come up. And the award is in gratitude for your passion and many years of educating residents about Utah Lakes wildlife and ecosystems. And I would just like to emphasize that Scott has attended vigilantly all of our Utah Lake festivals and our field trips, and has one of the most popular field trip stations where kids learn everything about wildlife. And Scott is the ultimate. There's a squirrel, but instead he's pointing out birds that are flying over, naming them, and the kids are just enthralled. We are so appreciative for your years of service to our organization, and we know that you're getting close to retirement, and we didn't want to miss the opportunity to present this. So
thank you. I have to say something to speak for sure. I just have to say, I just love these guys, and I have had so much fun. I've been with the division for 34 years, and I get to have the job in the world because I get to teach. I get to do public wildlife watching events, deal with the media, who I was afraid of at first, and they've turned out to be my best friends. They're awesome. So it's been a career. I can't believe they paid me for it. Not a lot, but they paid me. And I'm so grateful for my relationships. It's probably one of my favorite parts. I mean, I'm looking at people, I've worked with, trying to help the environment, trying to help wildlife, you name it. And I can't think of better people. So I know I'm cutting into your time, but I just want to thank everybody. This means a ton to me. So thank you so much.
Thanks. Right here. If you're in the middle.
I swear. You. It's all about me. I like that.
Oh. Yes. All right. So it is time to move on to our next section of our symposium, and this is going to be a little more focused on water quality. So first up, we have Scott Daly with the Division of Water Quality to give us some updates about the Utah Lake Water Quality Study. And we'll get those slides up momentarily.
Awesome. Well, thank you, Addy. Thanks everyone, Eric and Sam, Jenna. Appreciate the opportunity to be here to kind of take a snapshot on the Utah Lake water quality study we're conducting. So water quality wears many hats when it comes to managing quality in Utah Lake. The water quality study is just one of them. We'll hear from Hannah Bonner next on our algal bloom monitoring program. But we manage municipal, industrial processes throughout the state, stormwater management, agricultural non-point source improvements. We wear many hats when it comes to protecting water quality in Utah Lake. But today we're just going to a little bit on this effort, the Utah Lake Water Quality Study, something that's been going on. We initiated this in about 2015 in partnership with the Utah Lake Commission at the time. Eric Ellis serves as one of the chairs on the steering committee, along with the director of the Division of Water Quality, Nagy. And that effort was really a continuation of a study that was commissioned in the mid-2000s to try to look at pollution in Utah Lake. Really many all the local universities, Division of Water Quality, other universities have been looking at water quality issues in the lake since really probably the 70s and 80s. And so this is one effort to try to better understand what's happening in the lake, understand the cause of additional nutrients, how they're affecting the environment, and ultimately coming up with some goals that are protective of water quality uses in the lake, how we use the lake for fishing and swimming, agriculture uses, and so forth. So that's kind of the primary goal. The secondary component of this, which I would argue is equally important, is to develop an implementation strategy or a plan for how to fix the issue. So that's really at the core of what we're trying to do with the study. And we've had a steering committee, the members of which are in the room here today, directing us panel, and I see a couple of those folks here as well. It's been kind of all on deck since about 2018 to try to make this happen. At the heart of the study is a set of questions, right? These are basically the marching orders for our science panel. The steering committee at the outset of the project, understand what the historical condition of the lake looked like. Was it a clear macrophyte dominated state, like we've heard in other presentations today? Was it something different? Has it changed along the way? How is the lake currently functioning? Because that helps us understand what goals we can meet and how we can get there. Information about how to actually derive the criteria, a very specific thing for our agency's directive. But the important one is, what can be done? How do we get there? What's feasible? What's achievable? And so the panel has been working with these overarching charge questions and crafted a series of more specific questions and ultimately a research program to try to get at those. So today we're going to take a little quick peek at science panel progress, where they're at with respect to the research program, talk a little bit about the water quality models that they're developing to help us inform decision making, and then a little bit on our implementation component. Okay, so the Science Strategic Research Program, these are most of the that were incorporated in the program. The slide's just not really big enough to put them all here, but the kind of the ones that float to the top that has condition. The Science Panel commissioned a study, kind of get at how the lake has changed over time. There are now a handful of supporting studies that are all kind of coming to show very similar things. The lake was, more clear, more vegetated, has changed over time, has more nutrients in sediments these days than it did pre-European settlement and those kinds of things. Understanding which nutrients are really driving algal bloom and affecting our use support in the lake. So that's our nutrient limitation study. Phosphorus binding. This is one that's just barely wrapped up with BYU, looking at how phosphorus be taken out of the water column and stored permanently in the sediments. A lot of studies focused, you'll see, around the sediment issue, because the sediments are a pretty important part, really important component of understanding how the lake might respond to future management scenarios. Drying, wetting, we've heard a lot about lake level fluctuations today. Well, lake level fluctuations not only affect vegetation, but they affect nutrient cycling, potentially make more available to the water column when you have those changes in wet and dry. And so many, lots of information available on these. Science generated an interim set of reports a couple years ago to kind of into the findings of each of these, it's them to the charge questions. And so those are all available on the website. We'll dive into one component, a little bit more detail right now, and some recent progress is with the science panel and their contracting team. And that's development of the water quality models. And really, these are computer simulation programs that take into account all the various interactions that occur in the lake. Nutrients interacting with the biological organisms, with the sediments, how they're at the watershed, and those kinds of things. And so these tools allow us to opportunity to evaluate how things might change in response to some future management strategy. So they give us an opportunity too to pull in lots of different pieces of evidence. When a graduate student or a research agency out and studies a particular component of the lake, it's a lot of times a standalone component. What this allows us to do is to integrate many components, lots of different research opportunities in kind of a more synthesized, comprehensive understanding of the lake. Allows us to test out hypotheses of how folks think the lake is responding and interacting. And then, we'll use this as a number of evidence for criteria development, help respond to questions, and then we'll get more into the implementation planning stuff. So this set of models will be a really component of developing the implementation plan down the road. And I'll just highlight here, there's lots of different models shown in these boxes on this. The lake model is actually a suite of models to get at all the different things that Utah Lake is unique for. So wave levels, for wetting, drying, water quality, circulation patterns, and those kinds of things. And then our standalone watershed model. Okay, so our watershed model, this was it's actually a pretty big undertaking because the watershed's large. It's highly complex with respect to water management. And there's a lot of different characteristics that occur throughout the watershed in terms of soils and land use, slope, and those kinds of things. And so we worked with all Central Utah Water Conservancy District, a lot of the river managers to acquire flow records to be able to accurately simulate what's happening to flows and discharge in the watershed, and releases, diversions, and those kinds of things. We've acquired lots of different land use information. Map here kind of shows what the land use in the watershed looks like, and how it might change over the future. In this map, this is just a map of the burned areas in the watershed that have happened since 2016, between 2015 and 20, I should say. So our watershed is changing. Tools will also give us an opportunity to be able to assess those changes. And thinking back to the last map with land use, and thinking about implementation planning, we all know that the watershed population is rapidly growing. And with population growth are challenges for water quality in the lake and many other aspects of the lake. So again, this could be a tool for being able to understand those. Our lake model, this one, the map here is just a map of the bathymetry with the modeled cells overlaid on top of the lake. Many aspects of this have been updated with the research that's been developed, one by the science panel, but also by the community at large. A number of studies over the years have gone into enhancing this model. But we've also had to make some changes to the model. The stock package really wasn't able to state the very specific things that we see in Utah Lake, like the drying of the lake bed sediments. So there were additional enhancements to the model to help improve the efficiency of the model, but also to capture how the sediments and nutrients are cycling a very specific circumstance. And this is just a snapshot of a map that I put together, kind of shows you the significance of lake level fluctuation in Provo Bay, typically, that we've seen over from 2015 to 2020. Everything from right at comparable elevation to Provo Bay being completely dry. So highly variable system, really complicated, and a lot of what's going on that needed to be addressed in the model. Another one, as we all know, Utah Lake is shallow, and so susceptible to wind currents, wind-driven sediment, turbation. The models weren't really capable of doing that, so added in a wind wave component to the models, and are doing a pretty good job at getting wave action in the lake and act on sediment shear stress on the bottom sediments. So lots of work done on the models. We're now at a point where both the watershed model and the lake model the watershed lake model have draft calibration reports. The science panel has seen presentations on the performance over the last several meetings in May and June. We're some additional refinements to the model calibration report. Those should be out to the science panel in the coming months, hopefully, for further discussion. And once the science panels, once it's suitable for science panel application to the project, we'll start actually applying models to the various questions. Using the watershed model to determine hotspots for source loadings throughout the watershed, start evaluating best management practices where those bang for buck areas could be. And so that leads us right into the implementation planning. When we first initiated this project, we were very specifically focused on developing the nutrient criteria or nutrient goals to protect the uses. But the steering committee had a broader interest in being able to, well, then what, right? So they wanted to initiate an implementation planning effort to really, once we have that criteria, how do we get there? How feasible is it? Is it too costly? Can we get there? What are the effective solutions? How long would it take? So lots of different questions. They formulated this planning process that's similar to EPA watershed planning 9-element planning process that we in the Division of Water Quality use throughout the state and in non-point source areas. And kind of modeled after that with some very specific things to get at the very important Utah Lake. So this is just now starting. Currently going to be looking for technical support to help the steering committee in this effort. Just to drill in on, one of those components in that nutrient management strategies. And I think, we've been talking about these all day long here. Recovering water quality in Utah Lake is a two-part process. One, it's a healthy shed, so addressing the source, the source of the watershed and the primary source of nutrients making its way to the lake. But two, also standing up the ecosystem in a way that the lake can process the nutrients effectively that it has there. And that has to do with all of the things that we've been talking about, this fisheries and carp management, vegetation management. Those are all really important components, making All really important components for helping edge water quality along and meeting water quality goals in an efficient way. And so on the watershed, look at our typical things: non-point source for improvement projects in our agricultural lands, reducing erosion in the uplands, stormwater management, improvements to municipal and industrial point sources. But in the lake, again, these are all of the components: vegetation, fish management, biological chemical treatments that we heard about may be necessary. And then pulling that back into the lake model, again, that model, I think, or the lake and watershed model, will help us identify the best practices. How to get there, what's the best approach, how long will it take? That's a really important question. How expensive will it be? Many, many more questions that can be unpacked when we get to the nutrient management planning stuff. Just so in terms of our timeline, we're more or less wrapping up. The phase 2 criteria development component, the strategic research is nearly complete. We're working on developing criteria. We have some work to do there, and then diving into the implementation. Kind of shifting gears a little bit, check in on an initiative that Division of Quality had last year, and that's the Utah Lake Preservation Funds. As part of the American Rescue Plan Act and the funding that came with, we were able to allocate $30 million towards water improvement projects throughout the basin. So many of them right at the lake itself. The June sucker recovery program, for example, was $1 million allocated to that to help support carp management and ecosystem monitoring. Educational component, stormwater enhancements in Landom, and quite a decent amount of money for water purification facility upgrades. So if you're interested in checking out more details on those, that QR code should take you to a nice story map. And the last thing, this is so often Division of Water Quality kind of checks in on where our program to go in the future. And we are now partnering with State University with this water quality restoration survey. This will help guide our restoration plan water quality projects probably over the next 10 years. So we're looking for folks to provide some feedback, your input through this survey to help direct our efforts. Yeah. And with that, I think that's it. I have time for questions.
Got one question over here. I noticed on your model you did not include the food web, which is probably half of what's going on with the nutrients, and that's a kind of an oversight on your part. But developing a mass balance static bioenergetic food web model for Utah Lake, and this model will have modules inside the model that can be incorporated into all your other, so they could be feedback mechanisms to use all those things that you're doing into a food web model. So you actually do include the food web in your analyses.
And the food web model, the food web is accounted for in models. It's not a mechanistic expression of food web, but the outputs of the food web are that are accounted for in those models. But look forward to that. Be great to see. Others? All right, thank you.
Thank you, Scott. And now we're going to move on to our other representative, Division of Water Quality, Hannah Bonner, and she's going to give us some updates on harmful algal blooms this year in Utah Lake. So I'll give it to you.
Everyone, I'm happy to be here and share a little bit about our algal bloom program and especially monitoring on Utah Lake. Like Addy said, I'm Hannah and I'm the coordinator for the statewide recreational water quality program, which includes the harmful algal bloom monitoring. And just with the time we have today, I want to go over a few things. Let me see if these slides will progress. Oh. Sorry about that. So wanted to touch on two things with my time First of all, just a little bit of an overview about harmful algal blooms, specifically on Utah Lake this summer, talking about how our program has been functioning and what the timeline has been like. Also want to dive a little bit more into a few specific examples. We have a bit higher resolution data at American Fork Marina, a collaborative project, and then talking about the communication units. So to begin with, when we talk about recreational water quality advisory program, the goal of it is to allow the public to be able to make safe and informed recreation decisions. And so that goes both directions. That includes recreation decisions to feel good about recreating, confidence in that. And it also includes being able to be aware there is recreational health risk and to be able to adjust accordingly. And so as you can imagine, we have over 2,000 water bodies in the state of Utah, many of which are for recreation. And so monitoring is very much an effort. At Utah Lake, there's a number of agencies we partner and work with, including the ones listed here and probably many folks who are present today. Utah County Health Department is the authority behind advisories related to harmful algal blooms. And then, of course, we also work with other partners when it comes to the monitoring and to the communication. The monitoring program and the advisory program itself really has three key components. First of all, based on data collection and communication. And so throughout the recreation season, which is mid-May to the end of October, we're regularly collecting data at highly recreated areas around the lake, looking for both the density of harmful algal blooms and also common toxin production. That data is then used and interpreted through the lens of our statewide advisory guidance, which is our best compilation of ongoing science and also health expertise. And then the local health department, in the case of Utah Lake, Utah County Health Department, uses that data and that guidance to make decisions about placing or lifting health advisories related to harmful algal blooms. Just to go a little bit more into detail, this is our current recreational advisory guidance statewide, and you'll see that there's two different levels of advisory. We have both warning and danger advisories, depending on the severity and the toxicity of the bloom. And there's two primary criteria we use for issuing these advisories. The first is the toxigenic cyanobacteria cell density, so how thick and how dense are toxigenic species in high recreational use areas. And then as well, we look at 4 common toxins produced by cyanobacteria in Utah and their concentrations to further evaluate risk. So let's talk about how this played out at Utah Lake this summer. We started monitoring in mid-May, and our first formal full lake sampling visit, although sorry, this formatting got a little crazy. It looked better on Google Slides. Looked really good. There was not any evidence of harmful algal blooms. Conditions were great. And actually, this was the case for the first part of the summer. We did not see any evidence of blooms all the way almost to the very end of July. On July 29th, we saw our first indication of a developing hab with some bloom material off Linden Beach and then also in the Provo Bay area. A warning advisory was then issued for those areas, but actually the northern part of the lake stayed really great almost throughout the entire month of July, which was awesome for recreation and access. And it wasn't until July 27th that we started seeing bloom development at some of those more northern marinas, so American Fork and Linden Marina, and those areas had an advisory issued. As temperatures continued to rise, the bloom did continue to spread, and we were seeing a bloom on most places around the lake by early August, late July. And then things started to taper off again now as temperatures have cooled down. We've had more rainy days. August 10th, we'd had, September 27th. This text got crazy. Sorry, everyone. September 27th, we'd had about 2 weeks without any evidence of a bloom in our samples at Utah Lake State Park and Saratoga Springs Marina. So those areas were downgraded off advisory. And then that brings us to the present. Our team was actually out on Utah Lake just yesterday, and things are continuing to look pretty good in the northern half of the lake. So we're waiting for those official sample results, and still some bloom observed in the more southern parts. So that's been the timeline. I know many of the folks here have probably seen this play out directly on the water, but this is, I would say, a pretty typical progression for Utah Lake with some positives. So this is a chart of the date of first advisories since our program started back in 2016. And you'll see that typically we see a bloom somewhere in the lake by June or mid-July. If we want to put this year on there, you'll see that we issued that first advisory in late June, which is actually pretty typical for a first advisory to be issued on Utah Lake. And again, it's nice that we were able to have that whole month, for the most part of June, without any advisories in place. If we add to this graph the first northern advisory, so the first advisory at Linden, American Fork, or Saratoga Springs Marina, those are those orange dots, you can see that usually those do start a little bit later, and it actually started quite a bit later this year with a later onset, not until the end of July. So that, again, positive news. It also puts this in context with this really big and unusual water year we had. I'll now want to dive a little bit more into detail and talk about an example timeline at American Fork Marina. We're monitoring highly used recreational sites around the entirety of Utah Lake, including American Fork Marina. And we did a little bit more in-depth monitoring at American Fork Marina this year because of a collaborative project we've been working on with Division of Drinking Water, Central Utah Water Conservancy District, and Utah State University. We've actually been looking at qPCR, so genetic tools for monitoring the genetic potential of cyanobacteria to produce toxins. We've been doing this at 9 different water bodies, and Utah Lake American Fork Marina was one of those locations. I'm happy to go more into details on this, but the general idea of this project is that right now, the main thing we're using for assessing toxin risk is ELISA analysis, which is an immunoassay that looks at the amount of toxin currently present in a sample. And so that's really valuable and important to assess on the ground at time of sampling risk. One of the drawbacks of it, though, is that it can be a little bit slow and more costly to look at multiple toxins. And as well, it only tells us what's happening right when we sample, not necessarily what might happen in the future, a few days or a week down the road. And so as part of this project, we've been investigating whether looking at genetic potential could help us get a better sense of potential toxicity of different cyanobacteria species. So I'm going to share a few results from American Fork Marina, just to give you an idea of some of the patterns we've seen around Utah Lake this summer. So this first graph is showing cyanobacteria, toxigenic cyanobacteria cell density at American Fork Marina over the course of the summer. You can see that warning advisory threshold in orange, and you'll see that first exceedance above threshold in late July, and then quite a bit of fluctuation. This is pretty typical from Utah Lake. We get a lot of movement of the algal material with wind and current, and oftentimes these marinas act as we call them a catcher's mitt. If you get a lot of surface scum, they can accumulate it, but then later turbidity and currents might mix things up. So some ups, some downs. We can also look at this same sort of graph for microcystins. This is using that ELISA analysis. Again, same dates at American Fork Marina. And again, we see a lot of fluctuations with oftentimes we're seeing below, and then we'll have these high spikes with greater toxin events. If we put in that genetic data, a lot of that is still being analyzed, but we can start to take a look at how these different things interact. So on these 2 different dates, so this first date, we had less than 10 micrograms of microcystins and only about 9,000 cells of the species Microcystis, which is a pretty potent microcystin producer, Cyanobacteria species, versus on this later date, we were seeing over 1 million cells of microcystis, and as you would expect, a lot more microcystin. This was actually our high for the summer, where we had over 7,000 micrograms of microcystin, which is a pretty potent dose. And if we compare that then to that genetic testing, looking at copies of a gene that produces microcystins, we can see a really similar pattern. So millions of copies of that gene with that lower concentration of cells, and then several orders of magnitude higher with billions of copies of that gene later on when we have that higher concentration. So I am personally really excited to dive more into these results and happy to share those once we finish that analysis, and talk more about that. But Utah Lake has been a great place, in addition to other water bodies in Utah, to try this and hopefully help us understand these patterns better. And of course, along with that, like I said at the start, the goal here is to help the public make informed recreational decisions. And so the better we understand these patterns and can quantify the risk, the better position we are to do that. And so a lot of what we do as well is communicating to the public what we're seeing, and giving good information and education. There's a lot of different ways that happens. habs.utah.gov is really the core site for that information. The health department will post physical signage on site. We work with the media, and then partners like the Utah Lake Authority and others will also share things directly on social media. One metric I just want to briefly share that I think quantifies in some way that public awareness. If you notice on all the physical signs, we actually include the Utah Poison Control Center number that people can call if they get sick. And we have the numbers of phone calls to Utah Poison Control that specifically are related to possible exposures at Utah Lake. So these are those numbers from the last 5 years. And if we put up this year, this is actually by far the lowest year we've seen so far, with only 11 calls about possible exposures. And obviously there's a lot of things that go into these numbers, but this to me is a hopeful indication that people are beginning to be able to understand these blooms, and be able to make those informed decisions. And I think that's more important than ever. We're seeing more and more harmful algal blooms occurring around the state. And as we continue to have development and hotter, longer summers, this is likely a trend that will continue. And so I just want to wrap up talking about how you can help whatever your capacity is when it comes to harmful algal blooms. I think a lot of it is just being educated yourself, knowing how to recognize a bloom and the resources available, and then sharing that information both in a work and in a personal setting. Would also encourage this group to continue to develop those communication and educational resources. I think that's one of the most important things we can do to help the public know how to engage with harmful algal blooms. And then just like Scott was saying, continue to be an advocate and a participant in continuing to improve our water quality and reduce nutrient pollution to Utah Lake. Here's my email if you have any other questions. And you tell me, Addy, how I am on time.
I actually just have one simple question for you, Hannah.
Yeah.
I know I have the power because I'm holding the microphone. I just wanted to ask, we talked earlier, we had the presentation about some of the treatments that have been going on in the lake. So I'd love for you to share with everybody, how are you adjusting your monitoring program to accommodate the fact that there's different kinds of tests and research that's being done that influences algae blooms on the lake?
That's a great question, Sam. Yeah, so we were so excited about the treatments. And so we worked closely with the Utah Lake Authority, with Aquatechnex, to be able to time our monitoring at, actually, we tried to time it as far away as possible before their next treatment. Again, trying to get that worst case scenario, and make sure that if we changed an advisory status, it was still going to be safe for the public. That worked really well this summer. And I mentioned on the timeline that actually Utah Lake State Park and Saratoga Springs Marinas had their advisories downgrade last month. And we totally credit that downgraded advisory at Utah Lake State Park to those treatments. As soon as the treatments began there, we did not get any more detections above threshold. So that's something that I think we'll need to continue to iterate on as hopefully these treatments continue to have effect, and to adjust. But that's the nice thing about doing these area-specific advisories. It does give that flexibility if there's areas that are being maintained or treated for recreation.
Thank you.
Thank you, Hannah. That was very educational. And next we are going to have Weihong Wang talking about nutrient loading in Utah Lake. And so she's going to give us a great presentation.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. I'm so glad to be here to hear so many updates on the effort for Utah Lake. So my name is Weihong Wang. I'm an associate professor and department chair of Earth Science. The button. Okay, great. So here is my outline. Since I'm a faculty in Earth Science, I do want to give you a brief geological background of Utah Lake. It's going to be brief since everybody here pretty much knows Utah Lake very well. And then I want to share my motivation behind my studies on Utah Lake. As an educator, I do have advantage to convey the scientific information in classrooms and in my research projects. I'll share with you some research methods, and my main focus right now using GIS and remote sensing geospatial techniques to monitor the algal blooms in Utah Lake. So in the beginning, I did not plan to have a long-term study on Utah Lake, but over time it changed into a long-term study. As we all know, Utah Lake is one of the remnants of Lake Bonneville. So we have a very unique lake in front of us. You can see from the window here. So it's a very shallow lake. It's really big. I don't want to say it's the biggest freshwater lake west of Mississippi River or the third, because the water level changes over time. Depending on which year we're looking at, the ranking may change. So here is some geological background here. We have the extensional stress on the lithosphere. That is why we have this kind of horse, the graben formation, and that is why you are looking at the Wasatch Mountain Range here. In addition, then the lay the ground for the thick sediment layer in the bottom of the Utah Lake, which is very important because we're talking about the nutrient loading to the lake. There might be a lot of nutrients already in the lake, in the sediments. Some studies already showed the results in that regard. There are a lot of potential human impact on Utah Lake. So this is a map showing some of the impacts from human activities. So for instance, we do have with the water treatment plants around the Utah Lake, we have a lot of agricultural activities around the lake as well. At the same time, we have storm water running into the lake. So those are the potential sources likely for nutrients to the lake. I know there are some studies already done on the sediments, the nutrients in the sediments, and the nutrients from atmospheric deposition to the lake. Those are the important sources. Our focus is going to be on using in situ measurements plus geospatial analysis to identify other nutrient sources. So Anne already showed the importance of the advisory to make sure people understand the information, people can recreate safely in the lake. So that is why we need to have the important scientific information out there for the community. So when people see this kind of signs along the shore of Utah Lake, it's kind of scary. And that likely they are misinformed. They could think the whole lake is closed down, even though it's just a partially localized closure. So then it's very important to deliver the right information to the local communities to share our results. So the reason why I'm very motivated on this research, first, this is important issue. It's very important to identify the sources of nutrients to the lake if we want to deal with algal bloom issues. But by all means, algal bloom problem is not unique to Utah. It's happening pretty much everywhere, right? In all freshwater reservoirs, lakes. Secondly, our effort could help, local communities, the state to build a more, you know, a more accurate model for Utah Lake specifically. So we have the ability to use science to inform policy. In addition, you know, we are here, UVU is just right here in the valley. We have the opportunity to study the lake, to protect the lake, to deliver the scientific information to people. So that is one of my missions on Utah Lake. So as an educator, research is one important part of my work, but at the end of the day, I think it's important to have the information out to the community. This is a community effort in order to protect Utah Lake. So I did do a field and a lab analysis. So since this has been ongoing for several years, we did a monthly river and the wastewater treatment plant sampling. I saw Rick is here. So my students have been to his wastewater treatment plant many times. For the lake sampling is not that easy since it's so big, we do have a limitation on the boat availability. So we did the quarterly sampling. We used the ICP to analyze the lake water for trace metal concentrations. We have the water meters to measure different water parameters. We also have a photometer to do in situ nitrate, ammonium, and phosphate measurement. So with the in situ measurement, our ability is limited since we don't have manpower and money to send people out there to sample all the time. That is why I'm trying to integrate the in situ results with geospatial analysis, since our in situ results can serve as ground truthing. So we will know if our geospatial analysis is accurate or not. Oh, by the way, so we do have great students. Oh, going back. Oh, going forward or back? Okay, nice, good. I'm showing you all the pictures too fast because I'm trying to go back to the previous slide. But by all means, this is a team effort. I have students working on this project for many semesters. A lot of them already graduated, but we do have significant data sets and the results we're going to present. We try to wrap up this research in the next few months. So hopefully I'll show you more results in the near future. So now I'm going to share some results with you. So we did interpolation after using a few different, I'm not sure. Let me see if I can go. Okay, nice, going back. So we did try several different interpolation methods for Utah Lake to see how the nutrient concentrations look like, since we do have limited data points to use for the interpolation, but we do have some preliminary results here. So we have ammonium concentration in different months, so March, June, and November. We also have nitrite. So by the legend here, you can see the high concentrations are different between different nutrient species here, right? Oh, not very familiar with this clicker. And then this is the nitrite. We also have I thought we have one for phosphate. Let me see. Somehow I don't think I put nitrate and the phosphate here, but we do have those data available, so that it can help us to solidify our algorithms with geospatial analysis. So our study area is for the whole Utah Lake watershed. So my students also did the classification of land use and cover using different methods for urban areas. As you can see, for the nutrient sources, potential sources from urban areas could be from urban lawns, parks, and golf courses. So using a specific land use land cover method, we have specific acreage for each class we identified. This is for urban sources. In addition, we do have non-urban sources. So for instance, we have a lot of agricultural lands here. In this case, we call it cultivated land. So we have different categories of land use, land cover for non-urban sources. So those are the total acreages for each class based on our classification. So my student here, Anna, she put a lot of effort to try to figure out the best visualization for algal blooms in the lake. So the time lapse on the left is done by Google Earth Engine. So my students have the skills in programming and the visualization in Google Earth Engine. So this is just the raw imagery from Landsat 8. So basically, our ultimate goal is to show the chlorophyll A and phycocyanin time lapse like this for Utah Lake. Based on the interval we desire, we can visualize how the algal blooms happening in the lake. We're almost there. We're trying to narrow down a specific algorithm for Utah Lake. For those who have done some work with remote sensing and GS, it's not easy to figure out the best algorithm for a specific location, especially for algal bloom, this particular issue. So each lake may have their own modified equation to do the best visualization. So the map on the right showing you phycocyanin. I mentioned the two parameters. So I'm going to have 1 minute, so I'm going to wrap up in a second. So this one shows the phycocyanin is better parameter compared to a chlorophyll A because all the green plants, algae we see in the lake, around the lake, they're going to have chlorophyll A. So phycocyanin will be a better indicator for algal blooms. So based on some equations we use, we have some comparisons for different years. The reason we have different years because we do want to see potential impact of COVID-19 on the algal blooms in the lake. So just have a few new imagery. So this is our potential ultimate algorithm for Utah Lake. Specifically, you cannot really see them clear. However, there are the green spots in the lake. Those are the potential algal bloom spots. So that's it. So we have some very simple conclusions since I don't have time to process all the data, but I do want to thank all the team members and collaborators on the effort. We got a lot of funding from different sources. Thank you so much for your time.
All right, thank you very much. And now we are going to have Eric McCauley and Paul Abate, right? He's coming up from the Utah Reclamation and Mitigation Commission. So they will be up here to give us some updates on the Provo River Delta Restoration Project.
All right, thank you. Thank you all for coming today, and I appreciate your interest in sticking around after lunch. And just want to get a little bit of an idea of where folks are coming from and where they've been. How many people have visited the Delta project? All right, most of you. How many people are conducting research on the Delta? A few people. They're all over there, some over here. How many people participated in the planning or provided any input on it? A few people. All right, how many people are going to be future stewards out at the Delta? This is the chance for all of you. This is everyone's chance. We hope to have you out there. And I'm going to talk a little bit about some opportunities to get out onto the property. We actually have our final second Saturday event, happens to be the third Saturday, this Saturday coming up. So if you haven't been out and you haven't helped us out there, we'd love to see you out there on this Saturday. And then we actually have two AmeriCorps individual placements for conservation stewards coming up, getting ready to be posted on the AmeriCorps website. So there's actually opportunity for work out there. And so we've had a pretty good program. I'm going to talk a little bit about the project to date, and then Paul's going to talk about the monitoring. So I'm going to go through this relatively quickly, what we've done. All right, this thing. Oh, okay. Go backwards. Okay, so this is the delta area, and basically what you can see is we've completed most of the area where it says Provo River Delta Project area, the channels, and putting the river in there. We're working on all the other recreation features. So each little icon out there is a trail or a trailhead or fishing area or parking area, other things like that. And that's kind of the overarching area plan. And, why do we want to build a delta? Many of you might know this, but June sucker was listed as threatened, and we've talked a little bit about that today, or endangered. Now it's threatened. But we wanted to have a delta in order to facilitate part of the life cycle of the June sucker. So it was determined most likely that, going from really small larva to juvenile was a bottleneck on this species' survival in the wild. And so the delta provides spaces for those baby fish to hide from predators. And it's a key component of the June sucker recovery. This is connected to our water supply. Most folks might know that we do have some reservoirs in Utah, and we've got the Central Utah Water Project. And based on the impacts of the environment for Central Utah Water Project, we had to do some mitigation, and that's what our organization does. So, and we're making some pretty good progress. So quick status update. We're about 3 years in to the Delta. We've got about a year to go. It's still closed to the public, and we do hope to get open towards the end of towards the end of next year. In spring 2020, some access was provided. 2021, about 2 miles of excavated channel was completed and about 24 acres of ponds. In 2022, another, few miles of river were completed, and then additional ponds and construction approached Boat Harbor Drive, which is where the lower Provo River is located. And in this last year, we've completed the channels across the Delta and the riverine section, and we diverted water into the Provo River Delta on March 2nd. Put in flood berms. We're working on trails and human access, and we've got ongoing revegetation this fall. The upcoming phases, we have our aeration system pilot in the lower Provo River below the diversion, where we still provide 10 CFS into the river down there. We're working on a small dam to maintain the recreation access to that area. There's a diversion configuration that we need to finalize, Skipper Bay Trailhead. Channel features in the original channel, Delta Gateway Park, and some other things. So just a couple more steps to go. And it's going to take about another year. So, but it has been a team effort, as most folks have mentioned. These things don't happen in isolation. And so lots of different project partners. So here's 2 years in. The pre-project was ag fields. November 2020 had some channels built, and then 21 more channels built, and last in November 2022, continued the channels up to Lakeview Parkway, and then connected things in March. And this is what it looked like in spring of 2023. Utah Bajer was flying by, and you can see kind of looks like a delta, right? And it was connected with Utah Lake. Didn't quite expect it to all happen all at once, go from a completely dry to, completely connected to the lake, but it did, and it was a great benefit, and the fish found it also. This is a drone shot of the area before, and then this is what it looks like now. So from a slightly different angle, looks a little different, right? Maybe some water out there, but it's about 260 acres. And so significant progress was made. This is looking towards Utah Lake State Park, kind of that way. And then this is a little bit further this way, but you can see basically it was continuous from the lake to the delta, and really great diverse habitats. And so that was the shoreline. So I just want to show you this real quick. This is a drone flyover of the delta. So imagine you take your drone from here right over to there. It's going a little slow, but we actually partner with the Central Utah Water Conservancy District, and this is less than a minute. So, but you can kind of see we've got some islands out there. We've got some shallow areas. We've got channels, and we've got, you know, these backwaters that are going to be really good for those little juvenile or larval fish to grow into juveniles. And I think it's going to be good ice skating out there. We've got about 4 miles of ice skating rink that'll go on, and so we'll see you out there, you know, when we open this thing up. It's also going to be really good recreation. It's one of the big parts of what we do is we provide recreation. This will all be open to the people of Utah and visitors, and that's a big part of it, is balancing these ecosystem benefits with benefits to people. And so this will be open to the public, and a lot of good things going on out there. So these are just some of our drone shots. We are partnered with the Civil Air Patrol to do really high detailed drones and drone shots, and you can see a comparison of when we were building to when it was built and it had water in it. So really cool, very, very detailed information, and we're hoping Anna with UVU and some other people are going to help us process the imagery. We've got stacks and stacks of data, and but a lot of good things, and we hope to use some remote sensing and things like that on it as well. It was an amazing year for cottonwoods. We got millions of dollars worth of free cottonwoods from nature because it was perfect time on the flooding and then the drawdown. And these are all cottonwoods, and we've actually got 96,000 plants going in this fall. So it'll be about 500,000 plants in the end. And each of those was more than $1, but these were all free. So really good natural system out there. We're also providing flows to the original channel and kind of working on that with an aeration system and some other, access and fishing and docks and boat ramps and things like that. So be working on that. And, a lot of different tasks over many years. There's a huge amount of benefits. We've had tons of people working out there with us, and it does take a huge, massive team effort over many years to get something of this size and scale done. So the broad benefits to the ecosystem and people. And then here's another video. I guess it's a little shaky. Anyone know what that bird is? Close to an osprey. It's actually a juvenile bald eagle. We actually had some bald eagles that nested out there and got 2 new bald eagles in the state. So it's only a handful of bald eagle nests in the state. And right over there is where one of them is. So really great broad benefits. And this is our approximate construction schedule. You can see we're at the end of 2023. A lot of work has been done, and we keep pushing it over and stacking it up into a big line of bullets over here. Final construction in 2024, Delta Gateway Park, trails, parking areas, and other things like that. So a lot of good work has been done. Still a lot of work to do. And if you want to get some more information, we do have a website, provo-river-delta.us. We'll have our position announcements on there soon. We've got 2 450-hour individual placements. We're going to be hiring to help us out there. As I mentioned, the second Saturday site tour is this coming Saturday. A lot of good information, and we keep this updated about once a month. So definitely appreciate everyone working with us on this over the years, and get on the mailing list if you're not on the mailing list. And we'll be doing our fall newsletter coming up here pretty soon. A lot of good information here. So Paul's going to talk a little bit about our monitoring.
Good afternoon, everybody. Once again, Paul Abate with the Mitigation Commission here today to talk just a little bit about the monitoring work that has occurred out at the Delta in this past year, but actually even prior to that. There we go. And so, yeah, today just going to briefly talk about the monitoring that has happened or occurred for June sucker and non-native fish, aquatic vegetation, avian species, mosquitoes, Euclides tresses, and bog violet, 2 rare plant species, and water quality monitoring as well. And you'll, if you were here this morning and throughout the day, you'll recognize that several of these subjects have been covered previously to some degree by other speakers. So I'll try to move through some of the information fairly quickly. In particular, with June sucker and non-native fish, we had Andrew Nagy speak this morning, and he and Keith Lawrence with Utah Division of Wildlife Resources have been doing monitoring over this this last summer here, or over the last several months for various stages of June sucker, including adult spawners, larval June sucker, juvenile June sucker, as well as non-native species. And very briefly, what they found is, a tremendous utilization by June sucker of the Delta area, more than 6,300 tagged June sucker moving through the Delta. As Andrew explained, that equates to, or we know that is only a fraction of the actual adults moving through the system. And so there are tens of thousands of adults that are known to have moved up to the lower Provo for spawning. Post-spawning, hundreds of larvae were captured in the Delta via light traps. And then, as Andrew talked about earlier today, groups of 1,000 or more schools of larvae seen as well. A small number of juvenile June sucker have been captured in the Delta, 1 to 2 inches in length, roughly. And so we are seeing some of that success relative to those life stages. Of course, there's non-natives being found in the Delta, including green sunfish, yellow perch, common carp, some pike, and so those are a concern. The last thing I have there is the Delta is large and new, and so in part, the state folks and other researchers are figuring out how we sample, go about sampling within the Delta. There are some challenges, but thus far it's been shown to be very successful for June sucker. In part, some of the work that is also occurring relative to the June sucker monitoring is work that Megan Slocombe from Utah State is doing relative to vegetation monitoring. And she talked about her work earlier today. In particular, she was looking at, or has been looking at, the relationship between larval June sucker and the vegetation they're found adjacent to, as well as what species are there, including non-native plants, and how the vegetation develops within the Delta over this last year. And what you can see is a map there of various sampling points. I think the take home is that there's generally really good aquatic plant diversity, 13 plus species that Megan found. But we did see that plants had a late start due to the high water year, and the substrate, at least in some parts of the Delta, being newly inundated. And based on that, didn't see great correlation between where we were finding larvae and where and what plants were in those same areas. And so that hopefully is something we can look more into in this coming year of the sampling when it's continued. In addition, and Megan mentioned this, Potamogeton crispus, curly-leaf palmweed, is becoming a problem. Some of our staff from our office did go out and try to do a very basic test and removing Potamogeton and crispus from some areas of the Delta. So that'll be something we look at more in the future. So avian monitoring, this is something that's been led by Wyatt Carter, who's a project coordinator with U.S. Bureau of Reclamation. And the objective there was to determine avian movement and distribution as it relates to the Delta, but also to Provo River Airport and the potential for strike risks. And this is sampling or monitoring that has been going on since 2017. The monitoring was broken down into really 3 phases: pre-project, so pre-construction of the Delta, monitoring during the construction period, and then post-construction, which will start after the end of next year. And what we've seen is that over the last 5 years, and this probably needs to be updated, but over 9,000 hours of survey work has been conducted, over 1.5 million birds observed, 90,000 records are in our data set now, and over 180 species observed in the study area. So, and all this survey information, or much of it, can be found on the project website if folks want to look into that in more detail. Just a couple of observations from this avian monitoring work. And so on the left is a map of where waterfowl and water birds were detected or observed prior to the delta being flooded. And so that black outline is the delta itself, roughly. You can see Utah State Park there on each of the maps. And then post-flooding, there is another depiction of the delta, and you can see that and these are water birds, in particular pelicans and cormorants, have moved up more so into the delta itself, following fish, of course, that are in those areas. One of the benefits of this is that in terms of other observation, is that we saw a decrease in bird activity at Utah Lake State Park following the diversion, which is better for aviation safety. For those that are familiar with Utah Lake State Park and where it occurs, it's right in the flight path leading up to the Provo City Airport. And so, indeed, this is a benefit. In terms of other work that was done out there to control avian species, early in the period right after flooding of the Delta, it was noticed that pelican flocks were congregating in the Delta. And so there were 2 hazing actions that had to take place using pyrotechnics. Birds were not harmed, but it did cause them to scatter and to, after that point, not congregate in the Delta. So a benefit as well. Moving on to mosquito monitoring, and this is work being done by Dan Miller and his team at Utah County Health Department. They've got about 10 years of mosquito monitoring data in the Delta area. So before our construction project even began, where those yellow stars are is where the monitoring has taken place over the years. And one of the things they were saying, not a big surprise, is that more water during wet years results in more mosquitoes. And so one of the things I did not know is that permanent water mosquitoes are the ones that carry West Nile virus, St. Louis encephalitis, and Western equine encephalitis. And so those are the issues that the health department is concerned with. They want to minimize any kind of human exposure to those viruses. And I'm just going to probably skip over this slide in the interest of time, but it just talks about the various chemicals that are used for treatment. And you can see a trap there on the right that the county used to monitor mosquito numbers. But in short, they did use several methods of delivery of these chemicals to control mosquito numbers. And so drone application of Vectomax was applied to seep areas outside of the Delta. There's truck application of Xenovex sprayed in surrounding neighborhoods. And then airplane sprays, I believe there were 4 over the Delta using dibrome to control adults. And due to those control efforts, no mosquito larvae were detected in the Delta. And that's in part because of the mosquito fish likely that are helping to control larvae in the Delta. It was interesting to note, however, that some mosquito larvae were found in the old Provo River channel. And so I'm not sure why we saw that difference there. Also, no West Nile virus was detected in the 2 mosquito traps that were adjacent to the Delta. So another good thing to see. Moving on next to a couple of our rare plant species, so Ute ladies tresses and bog violet. This monitoring work was done by Mindy Wheeler and her team at Utah State University, and she also affiliates with the Utah Department of Natural Resources. ULT is listed as a threatened species under the Endangered Species Act, but it also has been recommended for delisting, so generally is doing fairly well. Surveys for the species were conducted in August, generally during its blooming period, and the surveys are required as part of our ESA Section 7 consultation with U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service for the construction project. Relative to the work done for the bog violet, the best time for sampling there is in April, although it can be detected later in the growing season. It's generally found in Utah and most moist soils throughout the state. And in the Utah Lake area, historically, it's been found on spring mounds. The other thing to note is it's a host plant for silver spot butterfly, which is proposed for listing under the ESA. So another tie-in there to the Endangered Species Act and the fact that it's provides a host for a rare species. And so the sampling here, this map's a little bit crude. Mindy just kind of put this together for me real quick prior to this meeting. But essentially, the areas there in red, if you can see, are locations where we had known populations of Euclades tresses. And then, let's see here, do I have a pointer? Is that working? Oh, way up there, I'm not sure. Yeah, it's a little awkward here. Bog violet here in the middle. And throughout, I don't have the transects for where the sampling was done represented on this map, but there were sampling transects throughout the delta, at least in the upland areas, and that circled area found one Euclades tresses. And on the right is a photo of what that habitat looks like. I looked in there, I can't see any ULT, and apparently that's pretty common. At least in my experience, they're pretty cryptic species and hard to find. The bog violet was there in purple, and none were found this year. And so the last thing I want to talk about is water quality monitoring. And Scott went into a lot. Scott Daly with Utah Division of Water Quality went into a lot of detail on the work that the division is doing. They have a comprehensive water quality sampling protocol for Utah Lake, and that's part of the larger water quality study that Scott went into detail on. Of course, the goals of that study are to develop nutrient criteria for the lake and also a management process to achieve that criteria. When the Delta came online, the question was, all right, how are we going to incorporate water quality changes there into the sampling, into their monitoring protocol? And talking with Scott, it looks like this fall they're going to incorporate a sampling site upstream of the Delta and potentially also downstream of it as well, although that I think has not been decided yet. The other thing that's important to note is there's a lot of water quality related monitoring work going on in the Delta. There's researchers from BYU and Utah State University that have either expressed interest or actually already have begun their to collect some water quality information, either upstream of the Delta or in the Delta itself. The Mitigation Commission is working on with partners to test 2 different aeration systems in the old channel. And Eric talked a lot about using drones to collect aerial imagery. There's also the opportunity to use multispectral sensors to collect information related to water quality that would give us indications for chlorophyll A as an example. And so in talking with Scott about, what our opportunities are for coming together to better coordinate this work, one of the things we'd like to do is approach the June Sucker Recovery Program and work through their technical committee to get a better understanding of what information might be necessary for future management, and then utilize some of the researchers from Utah State, also BYU, to collect that information and have it for future management. And so lastly, we tried to this year coordinate monitoring work that's happening on the Delta. We've had a couple meetings in March to kick things off, where the folks that are doing monitoring presented at that meeting. And in August, as a follow-up, we'll have one additional fall meeting on November 7th. And if anybody's interested, just get in touch with myself or Eric, and we can give you the information for that. Lastly, just want to say a huge thank you to all the partners working to make the Delta a success. We couldn't do it without them, and so much appreciated. Thank you.
Can you hear me? Well, I really like the Delta. I think it's a great project, but I've got lots of concerns. You said you're doing a lot of monitoring on there, but nobody's monitoring zooplankton or benthic invertebrates, which are the main food source for the June suckers.
Yeah.
And then you also, there's a whole bunch of stuff, but you're also spraying for mosquitoes. That's going to kill midges too, which is part of the food web. And that's concern to me.
Yep.
And also, I think you said you were hazing pelicans out of the Delta.
Couple times, yes.
And pelicans are on the decline throughout all the Western U.S. and they rely on Utah Lake. So I don't know why you would be hazing them out of the Delta. And finally, if June sucker wasn't listed as a threatened species, would we even care about it? The Utah sucker, Utah chub, no one's paying attention to those. It's the only reason we care about the June sucker is because it's a threatened species.
Do you want me to try to answer all those like right away, or are those just comments? Yeah, I would, I think there's always more monitoring that could be done than what we're doing now. And so I think we'll be looking to some of our partners, like I talked about, but looking at maybe biogeochemistry as it relates of water quality and as it relates to food web issues. In terms of the hazing of the pelicans, that was necessary relative to the strike risk for the Provo City Airport. So that's why that was done. I think relative to the other fish species you mentioned, I know the state doesn't exclude other species when they're doing their work out there. So I don't know that those species are being excluded per se. But yeah, there's no question, more monitoring or monitoring of additional parameters could be done. And I think that'll be continue to be evaluated as we move forward.
And I got one more comment. One more comment too.
Well, let me add to that really quick.
You showed a picture of a great horned owl up there using the wetlands, but those great horned owls pretty much use the old growth cottonwoods on the old channel, and they probably don't utilize the Delta as much.
Yeah, that was in the old channel. A project of this scale, this close to a city, requires some trade-offs. We can't just have unlimited mosquitoes in the area. So there's a trade-off with having a Delta and providing for public health and safety. We had to work with the airport. They can do what they need to do to protect airport traffic from a hazard strike. I mean, we don't want to have planes going down. So it's a balance that we have to strike here. Monitoring as well is a big balance because we can't monitor everything. If there's interest in monitoring zooplankton, we'd love to have some people come out and work with us on that. But, these type of projects require us considering that we are close to a huge urban center and we can't just let nature run its course as much as we'd like to. And if it weren't for the June sucker being on the list, a lot of these projects might not be happening. I mean, it's bad that it got down to 300 or so individuals, but it's good that it's coming back, and it does show that we can bring species back from the brink of, completely not being here anymore. But appreciate your thoughts, and you're welcome to come out and talk. We can talk about zooplankton and bring your zooplankton net. Yeah. Yeah. And that's just the world we live in, and a balance that we had to strike. Thank you.
Thank you both.
And so our first presentation we're going to move into is with Ben Starman with Forestry, Fire, and State Lands at DNR. And he's going to talk to us a little bit about funding, projects, and everything else that comes with being in forestry.
Thank you. Hello. Thank you for having me today. As Addy said, I'm Ben Starman, Deputy Director of the Division of Forestry, Fire, and State Lands, and here to talk a little bit about Utah Lake, funding and projects, and then also the public trust doctrine. Oops. Oh, okay. The big button. All right. So we are part of the Department of Natural Resources, and wanted to describe what are sovereign lands. So sovereign lands are those lands lying below the ordinary high water mark of navigable bodies of water at the date of statehood and owned by the state by virtue of its sovereignty. These include Bear Lake, Bear River, Utah Lake, Great Salt Lake, Jordan River, and portions of the Green and Colorado rivers. So we have about 1.5 million acres of lake and riverbed that are considered sovereign lands, including about 2,200 miles of shoreline. And we also manage the state's mineral estate, all of the state's minerals except for those that are held by SITLA. In general, we produce an average of about $5 to $11 million of revenue, which all goes back into the resources in which they were derived. So most of that coming from Great Salt Lake. There's a lot of funding that gets directed that way. We also manage several other upland pieces of land, including the Moab Exchange lands, the Fremont Island on Great Salt Lake, and the Galena Sunkani Preserve, among a lot of other smaller upland parcels as well. So how are sovereign lands managed? They're managed under the public trust doctrine. The state is the trustee of sovereign lands and the public is the beneficiary. Forestry, fire, and state lands must manage and regulate uses on, beneath, or above the beds of navigable lakes and streams for public health, interest, safety, and welfare. And we have to balance those needs against other public interests such as fish, wildlife, habitat, aquatic beauty, public recreation, water quality, again, balance against the navigational or economic necessity. So what makes sovereign lands different from other public lands? Basically, the state acting as the trustee on behalf of our beneficiaries, which is you, the people of Utah. These lands are they are considered to be the most public of public lands, more public than national parks. These are truly your lands. So that cool sticker that's on the table that says Utah Lake is your lake, it can't be more true. These lands generally can't be sold and must be accessible to the public, and our fiduciary obligation to the public is the highest level of duty recognized under the law. We manage under multiple use sustained yield principles, which essentially means that we manage the resource sustainably for the present and future needs of the people of the state of Utah. Uh-oh. There we go. There we go. All right. Sorry, I got the old fat fingers. So the public trust doctrine. The public trust doctrine is a legal principle with roots dating back to ancient Roman law, which is reaffirmed in the Magna Carta and then adopted into English common law, and then transferred to, adopted by the United States. It establishes navigable waterways as a common resource that belong to the people as a whole. So again, these lands are managed by the state on your behalf. And I wanted to bring this up. I feel like this is really important because how can you talk about Utah Lake and public trust doctrine and not talk about the Utah Lake Island proposal? This is a decision that, they received a lot of media attention, but I felt like it was really important to address some of the issues and the reasons why we weren't able to accommodate that project. So House Bill 240 was passed in the 2022 general session and required the division to make a recommendation to the legislature regarding the proposal. Ultimately, the division was unable to recommend this project to the legislature, canceled the application based on an infringement of the public's right to access the entirety of Utah Lake and an infringement of the public trust that protects this land for present and future generations. The reason I bring this up is because this wasn't fully resolved. LRS, or Lake Restoration Solutions, elevated this into the courts, and unfortunately, before this was decided upon in the courts, the LRS dissolved, and we weren't able to get that final resolution. So it's my assumption that this is probably not the last time we will see a project or a proposal like this. I think that we need to understand, how the public trust goes into managing these lands, and then also understand that our division takes our fiduciary responsibility very seriously and evaluates all use proposals against the public trust. So I also wanted to give you a quick rundown of projects that are either complete or ongoing. We have the Sandy Beach project that was completed on the south side of Utah Lake through a partnership with Utah County and has provided several amenities to the area and improved access, such amenities as restrooms and picnic facilities. You're going to hear an update from Lars briefly here at the Wakara Way project. Our division administers $5 million related to the project. So far, a lot of that money has been allocated into the planning for the project, but we're getting to the point where you can only plan so much, and the rubber's about to meet the road here, pending some discussions with some of the adjacent landowners and the Bureau of Reclamation. We also funded 6 marina enhancement projects totaling over $2.5 million in late 2021. Most of these projects have wrapped up or are near completion, and 3 shoreline enhancement projects totaling over $800,000 which was also awarded in late 2021. One of these projects is complete and the other two are in the final stages of completion. You've all probably seen some of the outcomes from these projects, most notably improved parking at marinas, additional swimming areas and dredging of marinas, and invasive species removal. And then for the current fiscal year, we are negotiating the purchase of a property and water rights that would be transferred to the Utah Lake Authority for the purpose of wetland mitigation to offset the impacts of the Utah Lake Trail. And it would also create an additional access point. We also partnered with the Utah Lake Authority to offer $3 million in grant funding to enhance public access in marinas around Utah Lake. The applications were due yesterday and we'll announce awards on the 26th. And then last year, we requested in our budget request additional funding from the legislature to combat invasive species on sovereign lands. With that, we allocated $300,000 of that funding to go to Utah Lake restoration. So we're going to use that funding to enhance the shoreline and do restoration that way. This year, because the funding was awarded and available on July 1, there wasn't a ton of planning time available for that. So we're going to use that primarily to buy equipment that will help facilitate some of that restoration moving forward. And then it's also time to update the Utah Lake Comprehensive Management Plan. We received funding last year through the legislative session, and we'll begin the planning process this fall. And we hope that all of you will engage in that process and help us get a plan that again manages under those public trust principles and captures everything that you all are interested in on Utah Lake. All right. So we also have several smaller properties scattered around Utah Lake, and there's a lot of different restoration that occurs around Utah Lake. One property that I wanted to highlight because we've had great success there is the North Shore property. It's approximately 80 acres, and it serves as kind of a demonstration area for restoration and has just seen a lot of great attention. There's a new trail. I guess I shouldn't say new. Maybe it's 5 years old now. Morgan can tell you more about that, but we also recently finalized a transaction to secure some water rights for the property at the wetlands, and Saratoga Springs owned some water rights, and we were at risk of actually losing the water that fed the beautiful wetlands on the property. And we were Morgan Faulkner here in the crowd was able to secure some water rights and get that taken care of. And then I also wanted to just thank Morgan and Keith, because without them, North Shore would still probably be a pile of weeds in an area that was obviously overgrazed and had a lot to desire. And lastly, oh, sorry, that takes a minute there. Lastly, I wanted to give you an update on our boundary settlements around Utah Lake. So we're finalizing boundary settlements that are related to decades of settling boundaries with each individual landowner around Utah Lake. This is a result of a land dispute that occurred years and years ago with the federal government, and also required us to make those same boundary settlements with all of the individual landowners. And as you can imagine, as parcels have been subdivided, the task gets more difficult. So it was in our advantage to try to get them done as soon as possible. I'm happy to report that we are near finalization. We have about 3 parcels left. One of them is the state park. So as a sister agency, it shouldn't be too difficult to negotiate, but still a gap there. So with that, I would be happy to answer any questions if you have any. Thank you. You're looking right at it here. It's out on Palace Slough. Yeah. Oh, on the map. Top one. That's a good idea. We have this beautiful. You really are looking right at it. So, wait a second. Yeah, okay, I see. It's somewhere in that general circle that that's it right out there. Yeah. Okay. Thank you very much.
All right, thanks, Ben. Got through that nice and speedy. So now we're going to welcome Jared Hansen with Central Utah Water Conservancy District, and he's going to give us some updates on the Central Utah project.
Thank you. It's great to be with you guys today. My role at the district is I serve as the Central Utah Project Manager and oversee the operation and maintenance of the Central Utah Project. Today, I want to talk to you about some CUP operations related to Utah Lake, and really to show you the pivotal role that Utah Lake plays in making all of that work. But the first thing, just to kind of clear something up, when we talk about the Central Utah Project, what we really mean is the Bonneville unit of the Central Utah Project. There's two other units. There's the Vernal unit and the Jensen unit. They're out in Uinta County and they're operated by the Uinta Water Conservancy District. So Bonneville unit feature consists of 8 dams and reservoirs. We have 1.6 million acre feet of storage. An acre foot is exactly what it sounds like. It's the amount of water that would cover an acre 1 foot deep. To put that in context for you, that's about the amount of water that a single family home would use. At some point in the future, we'll update that and we'll say 2 single family homes because conservation efforts are really starting to make an effect. We operate a series of diversion dams. We'll talk a little bit about that. And we have 100+ miles of large diameter tunnels and pipelines that we operate. We also have 2 power plants, hydroelectric power plants, and we operate an agricultural project in Wasatch County. This is kind of a map of our project. As you look across the middle, there's a green line. That green line represents the basin divide between the Colorado River drainage on the right and the Great Basin drainage on the left. So our project really was designed to take advantage of Utah's unused Colorado River allotment. And so if you look on the map, you see the purple lines, the dashed lines are tunnels. The solid lines are pipelines. And we operate a series of reservoirs, Upper Stillwater, Current Creek, a series of diversion dams. We intercept water that would be tributary to the Duchesne River, then the Green River, then the Colorado River. We divert that water into Strawberry Reservoir and we store that water there. And then we're able to divert that through a series of tunnels and pipelines and bring it to the Great Basin and where the population of Utah is and that water can be used. We also operate Jordanelle Reservoir and we'll talk a little bit more about that. And we have 3 smaller dams up in the High Uinta area that we operate as well. This just shows a map of the Colorado River Basin. You see the large portion of Utah's covered in that basin is in the upper basin and the lower basin for the Virgin River. So I'm going to oversimplify a lot of complicated topics. Hopefully make this simple enough that it's easy to understand and that we don't take an hour to talk about it. So we'll talk a little bit about water rights. So Utah follows the prior appropriation doctrine. And what that means is with a water right, first in time is first in right. And so if you have an early priority right, your right is completely fulfilled before later priority rights are. The rights in Utah Lake, water rights in Utah Lake were established for primarily irrigation use in Salt Lake County, and they were established very early on, and they're some of the most senior rights in Utah. A contrast to that, the Bonneville unit water rights, they have a priority of 1964. And even though that was 59 years ago, and you think that should be a pretty good water right, that's really a very junior water right. And we have to do a lot of things to make those water rights work. So I'm going to talk a little bit about Strawberry Reservoir operations. Strawberry Reservoir was a pre-existing reservoir that was established as part of the Strawberry Valley project. That water was an early transbasin diversion that served agricultural lands in South Utah County. The Bonneville unit came in, went downstream, built Soldier Creek Dam, and enlarged the reservoir almost 3 times to 1.1 million acre feet. And this is our primary long-term storage facility. So in Strawberry Reservoir, we store water that would be tributary to the Colorado River Basin. The majority of that water is delivered through a transbasin diversion through a series of tunnels and pipelines that come down Diamond Fork Canyon, down Spanish Fork Canyon. We deliver water directly to our customers, but we also have some statutory required in-stream flows in Diamond Fork. And one thing I wanted to mention, because previously people had talked about the June Sucker program, the water they have. The way that water was obtained for the program, we treat them as a customer. And so that gives them some advantages so that they can call for that water as it's needed for the suckers needs and to best help that recovery effort succeed. So there's another concept in water law, and that's a concept of import water. And the definition of that is the unnatural contribution of water to a stream or a river. It occurs due to the diversion of water from one hydrologic basin into another. So that water that we bring from Strawberry Reservoir across the Basin Divide is import water. Import water is treated a little bit differently. It can be recaptured. And then it can be recaptured for use, it can be recaptured for storage. So import water that's delivered from Strawberry Reservoir, we recapture a portion of that in Utah Lake. So the ways that CUP water, besides the import water, so we have direct deliveries. We can deliver water directly down Diamond Fork, the Spanish Fork River into the lake. We make releases into Hobble Creek for June sucker operations, and we can also deliver to the Provo River for June sucker operations. And there are times when we deliver to the Provo River for other project purposes. We also do a complex accounting where we keep track of return flows from our customer deliveries. And then we also, separate from the import water, we hold some Utah Lake water rights we'll talk a little bit about. The next piece of this puzzle is Jordanelle Reservoir. Jordanelle Reservoir holds at capacity 320,000 acre feet. It's located on the Provo River, and the storage of water there has a direct impact on Utah Lake. We do have a water right in a year like this where there was lots of snow and high stream flows. We were able to store excess flows of the Provo River. We store that in priority. We refer to that as priority storage. But at the end of this week, the river commissioner is going to end irrigation season, and then we will start to store at some points in time. We'll be able to store some water out of priority, and that's water that our water rights don't really allow us to store, but we're high on the system. Typically, that's water that would really belong to Utah Lake. And we hold that there because we could always release that, and we refer to that as system storage. But we do have some options where we can make Utah Lake whole, and we can convert that system storage to priority storage. Then we can use to deliver to our customers. And we'll talk a little bit about that process. So there's a few ways that we can make Utah Lake whole. There's a plan that the Division of Water Rights created and administers. It's called the Utah Lake Distribution Plan. And basically what that plan does is it lays out criteria where it establishes when those senior Utah Lake water rights are made whole. We can exchange our import water. We can take that water from Strawberry Reservoir. We can relinquish our claim to that. It goes into the storage in the lake, and we do a magic exchange up to Jordanelle, and that makes that transfer. And then those Utah Lake water rights that we own, we can also exchange those in the same. So I wanted to take a few minutes and just go through the past few years and explain kind of how this operation works. So on this graph, and we'll have, this is for 2019, and we'll bring that up current. So the red line on here with the blocks, that's physical lake level, and that's this graph shows lake level. The blue line is where the lake would be if that water from Strawberry Reservoir was not stored in the reservoir. And then the dashed line at the top, that's from the Utah Lake Distribution Plan. So once the natural level of the lake, that blue line crosses that line, that says all of the Utah Lake water right holders are whole, and we can make that conversion of that system storage to priority storage. So 2019 was a pretty good year. The lake was pretty full. Didn't quite get up to compromise and spill. Go on to 2020, and 2020 started out, winter was great. December and January, fantastic. We had a large block of that import water in the lake. We wanted to start to move that out early. So in February, we started to release that water. We worked with the the river commissioners, and we started to release that water from the floodgates to the Jordan River. And this, to my knowledge, this is the last time that those gates were operated. We ran this for about 6 weeks. If you remember that winter, March turned out to be a beautiful time to live in the valley, but it was a lot of sunshine and not a lot of snow. And so we terminated that operation, and the lake kind of came up almost a compromise, but didn't quite make it. So we go to 2021. You'll notice that conversion line's off the graph because we didn't even come close to reaching that conversion line. And for Central Utah project operations this year, the water that we were able to store in Jordan was a pretty dry year. Our Utah Lake water rights were able to make that up, and so our import water just stayed there. And one thing I forgot to mention, the water that we store in Utah Lake is stored there on what we call a space available basis, and it's subject to incremental evaporation. So as soon as the lake, when the space is not available, that water's the lightest and it'll spill out first. So we go to 2022, the drought continues, the lake continues to drop. And as you notice on this blue line, we exchanged our Utah Lake water rights up to Jordanelle, but we didn't have quite enough water to exchange everything we stored. And so we had to exchange some of that import water, and that's why that blue line changes. Things were looking pretty dismal at the end of 2022. The lake's right down to the primary level. It's pretty low. And as you all know, we had a fantastic winter through 2023. And I think prior to that winter, I don't think I would have seen any scenario where we would have been able to bring the lake up as far as we did. And physically, the lake came right up to that almost that conversion line where the floodgates get opened, or the compromise elevation, and was a great year. And this is the last data points on this are just from the first of this month, and you see that we're in pretty good shape going into next year. I think with any kind of a near normal year, we'll be able to fill the lake, and most of that CUP import water will be evacuated out and spilled to the Great Salt Lake. So that's kind of we usually take about an hour and a half to go through all of this. That's kind of an overview, but that storage reservoir that Utah Lake is key to our operations. We can't make the project work without our ability to store water there, and store water there for multiple years. We're always going to do, and we're required to do everything to keep those Utah Lake senior water right holders whole. And one of the ways we do that is we work with 3 separate river commissioners: the Provo River Commissioner, Spanish Fork River Commissioner, and the Jordan River Utah Lake Commissioner. We do transparent reporting and accounting, and that's available to anyone. We're happy to talk about it at any time. And that's really, I think, been key to some of our success. This is a picture from Strawberry Reservoir or Strawberry Valley last spring. The reservoir's kind of there in the foreground. The one thing, I've spent a lot of years working on how this operation works. And at the time, back in the 60s and early 70s, as this plan was presented, this required a lot of different thinking, and even a lot of different thinking today with some of the irrigators. But there were a lot of smart people that really understood things. They took a lot of time to understand it. They communicated with each other. And I think those are things we need to keep in mind. This is a pretty diverse group here in this room. And as we work to solve the problems of the future, we really need to work together and listen to each other's ideas and try to find those solutions that can keep everyone whole and make things better. And I think that's all I have. I think we probably have a minute for questions, if anybody has any questions.
Would adding an additional storage dam above in the mountains be helpful for you?
Yeah, for sure, especially if we're going to see a climatic extremes like we have. Yeah, the storage of water is going to be key to through those extremes and how we manage that.
So you mentioned evaporation and potentially kind of adjusting for that, making some calculations. But tell me, maybe, like, this is a shallow lake, so do you get, is this the best storage, or like we said, is another dam reservoir a better place? And what could be done, if anything, to maintain or keep the water that we already have?
So the efficiency of Utah Lake is horrible. It's shallow, it's big, and there's a lot of evaporation. Storing that water higher, that's some of when we're storing that system storage in Jordan now, that water is much safer up there. Those senior water right holders, if we can't make them whole, they can call for that water. It's much safer up there than it is. One of the things that they had proposed as part of the early Central Utah project was to dike Goshen Bay and Provo Bay. And that was just for that water savings. But yeah, the water that evaporates off the lake, it's tremendous. It's a tremendous amount of water.
Lavere Merritt. What you just said was the question that I was going to raise, or the point that Utah Lake is the worst place in the world to store water. In that, like, every foot it goes up, then tens of thousands of acre feet are evaporated. And so I don't know what the solution to that is. Some people have said, bring all the water down here so we can keep Utah Lake full. But half that water that comes down evaporates. Whereas in a deeper reservoir upland like you were indicating, may evaporate 10% or 20%, something. I just wanted to verify what you said.
And there's been lots of schemes out there to try and reduce evaporation. I haven't seen one that worked yet, other than just make that surface area smaller.
So with that, though, I mean, I'm thinking about a system as a whole, like that evaporation from Utah Lake largely impacts the amount of precipitation that gets up as snow in our mountains, right? So it's not, I wouldn't say it's a bad thing to have evaporation from Utah Lake, because then the water cycles back up higher and still gets into our water system, right? So we're still storing it. It just might be a long route to get there. So I don't know, just kind of thoughts as I'm hearing questions and comments about that.
Yeah, absolutely. I agree. As I've done the accounting for the lake for a number of years, I look a lot differently at those evaporation values than I did when I started. So yeah, I think there's things we don't totally understand. So. Okay, well, thank you, everyone. It's been great spending the day with you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Jared. And now we are going to move on to some updates about the Walkera Way project. And Lars Anderson with Consort is going to give us some updates on that. So whenever he gets up here.
Thank you, everyone, for having me this afternoon. I wanted to talk about 3 projects that are on Utah Lake. I get to talk about the fun recreation type projects, and they are fun. They're exciting. See what's going on. Let's go to the next one. Oh, I have to do it. I got you. Which one? It'd be easy enough. Okay, so we're working on the North Marina, the South Marinas, Lakeshore trails. I will show you a little bit about that. There's 2 trails we're working on called the Hot Pots in Saratoga Springs, because it's where the hot pots are located on the North Shore, and then the Amanda Lane section. So it's combining, each trail is about a mile long, and it's combining multiple trails along the lake shore to create about 5 miles of trail total. And then the Walkera Way project, which is with Forestry, Fire, and State Lands. So underneath each title is who's more or less sponsoring the project and providing funding for the project. Okay. So the North Marina, this one, we've started construction on this. We exported about 80,000 cubic yards of material from the Delta, So this one I can show. All right. I should have said the harbor area, but it's not really showing it. Oh, hey. So right in here, this picture was taken when the lake was low last year. And so we took advantage of the lake levels and we exported 80,000 cubic yards. We had planned on exporting 95,000, but the lake came up faster than we expected. And so they had to abandon ship more or less. And the good part about what we were doing is they were able to export that while it was dry before the lake levels came up and over the winter. And so we're able to move a lot of material less expensively than traditional dredging. So we spent about $2.2 million of a grant that we received from Utah County, some money from Utah Lake Authority, and then Saratoga Springs also kicked in money for that. This is what the master plan looks like. This is where we're headed. We have estimated just over $30 million to execute this master plan. It includes the harbor area, so that's why we started on that first. And that will be a motorized harbor. And then the existing jetty area, we call it, is going to be for passive recreation only, and we want to restore that. It's an existing jetty right now, so it just doesn't work very well because it needs a lot of grading and to bring it back to what it once was. Okay, I don't know if this is gonna work. It's supposed to be a video. We'll see. Kind of working. It has music, but we can't hear it. So this shows more or less what the North Marina is gonna look like once we build it out. I think it'll take 10 years or so to build this out. We hope sooner, but all dependent on funding. So we'll have a series of course, restrooms, pavilions, docks for motorized vessels, and then the passive recreation area for paddle boards and things like that. Kayaks, fishing docks. And we have been asking everybody who has $1 to participate in this project, from habitat restoration to tourism dollars from the county. We've been pulling money everywhere we can find it. It gives you a feel for what it could look like. This is adjacent to a proposed research center for Utah Lake as well, which I'm not presenting today. We have finished the feasibility study for it, but it's not received any funding for construction yet. And it is proposed on land that Forestry, Fire, and State Land manages now in the 80 acres that they manage, but that I don't believe has been approved yet. It's still kind of, I don't know, working through the process. Is that fair, Ben? Working through the process. You'll see. Okay. I hope that moves to the next slide. There we go. So some of the amenities, again, include boat ramps, 2 sandy beaches, and boat docks. Okay, moving on to South Marina. South Marina is a little bit further along. There was an existing jetty at South Marina, and last year we built a new jetty, and the new jetty is for passive recreation as well. So it's not for marine vessels to come into unless there's an emergency. If there's bad weather on Utah Lake, they can come use the second harbor. Because what happens is they get bad weather and they all get jammed up trying to get onto the boat ramp at the harbor, and they can't get off the lake. And so this gives a second option for that to hang out and wait for the storm to pass or whatever it might be. Because it can get pretty wicked, as you guys know. Okay. So this is the master plan. There was an existing tree farm. We're keeping that and going to improve that. And then the park area, it's not for soccer or anything like that. It's just for whoever wants to come play. And we're using LID components on that as well. So the state is helping fund that through water quality. We have a rental facility at Sandy Beach so people can rent a kayak or whatever it might be, a paddleboard, and go out into the new harbor or further out onto the lake if they're brave enough. Okay, and then a couple lakeshore trail projects we wanted to show. So right now there's the hot pot segment. We'll go from where the hot pots are, and also called Inlet Park. The county owned Inlet Park a couple of years ago, and they dedicated that to Saratoga Springs. So then Saratoga asked UDOT for additional funds to build this trail. So the hot pot segments is funded by UDOT through MAG, and the Amanda Lane segment is actually funded a combination of city funds, and Forestry, Fire, and State Lands is helping fund the second segment. Originally, they were combined, and then there was some problems, and so we've separated two separate projects now. Both of them will be a 10-foot wide asphalt trail. And this is what it looks like. It's a little unique because the state owned the easement, the easement along the lake shore, and the residents kind of moved out and took over the easement, and now the state is moving them back. So that's why you see the two different cross sections here. And that's been one of the holdups on the project, is getting the Attorney General involved and notify all these people that, hey, you don't actually own that land, even though you think you do. And so it's been awesome to work with, and now we're moving ahead with it. And then lastly is Walk-Caraway. Let's see how am I doing? Doing okay? Okay. So Walk-Caraway is a trail project that's funded by a multitude of agencies. We have MAG has put in money, Forestry, Fire, and State Lands has put in $5 million that you saw earlier from Ben's slide. Utah County's put money into it. Everybody's combined to do Walk-Caraway. It started out as the Vineyard Lakeshore Trail, and it's now going all the way from Vineyard to Provo. And so now it's the Walk-Caraway project, and it's awesome. I'll show you where it goes. So this is the general area right out our window, the Powell Slough area. It ties into the existing trail that ends where Vineyard used to end on the south end. Vineyard's now expanding into the Holdaway, what used to be the Holdaway Farms, and I think they're calling it Holdaway Farms now, the subdivision. And so the trail ends there, and we're going to extend from that location all the way south to the Provo River Delta project. Okay. And at the north end, we're proposing a barn area, proposing a parking lot, and a rather significant trailhead. And this trailhead will be used for community events, also be used for when the fourth graders do their field trip every year, and they go out and learn about wetlands and learn about the lake and all the things associated with that. So we've designed it so buses can come into this parking lot, drop off the kiddos, and the kids can wander through the barn. Of course, you have to have facilities when you get 100 fourth graders showing up. You got to have some restrooms, and then they can wander on out along the trail to see the lake. And this is what the barn's going to look like. It'll have an education component, and then the city, Vineyard City, is participating in that because they want to use this facility for community events and even rent it out so they can make some money to maintain the area and rent it out for wedding receptions or, corporate events, that kind of thing as well. And then we think kind of the best part of the trail project will be this viewing tower. So we're proposing this viewing tower out on the edge of Utah Lake, and where people can come climb up the viewing tower and look out over the lake, also overall at Powell Slough and the wetland area. And we think it's awesome. We think it's cool. Tell me what you think. And then we also have quite a few boardwalks and bridges to cross the Powell Slough. So we're using a concrete boardwalk. We've used it successfully on a project in Lehigh recently, 10-foot wide. You can drive on it. It uses helical piers in the wetland, in the existing wetland. So it has a very small footprint and yet can support quite a bit of weight. And so we're going to use that in these areas as well, where we have to cross wetlands, which is one reason why the project costs so much. And we are also including ADA accessible hunting blind. So that was one of our project goals, was to have that in the slough area. So right next to the slough. And that's all I have. Do you have any questions? Great, I got off easy. Thank you, everyone.
All right, well, thank you, Lars. And the next presentation is actually myself. So I realized I did not introduce myself this morning officially, but I've been referenced. My name's Addy Valdez, and I'm with Utah Lake Authority. I'm our conservation biologist, and I'm just going to briefly touch on what we like to call as kind of part of our new entity of Utah Lake is our restoration monitoring that we're going to be doing. So some of the main goals that we have with this restoration monitoring are going to be engaging in different research and restoration projects. So that doesn't necessarily mean we are conducting our own research, but just like a lot of the partners that we have out there, like we are happy to engage, like be on the project with you, be continuing to further your funding, your education, as well as just progress of all of your projects that you may have. Another big goal that we have is creating a centralized information hub. So this is where we are hoping to create a center for data, white papers, publications, any links to any public resources that we may have, so that everybody, and whether it's professionals, scientists, educators, or even just members of the public, are able to all have access to this data and be able to see what Utah Lake is all about scientifically, because sometimes that information isn't always easily accessible in one place. I know even myself, I have a hard time finding it all sometimes. So we are really hoping to be able to create kind of this centralized hub for where this information can live. And then third, another big goal that we've already been working on a lot is to collaborate and enrich our partnerships. Just like today has been a great example of that. I seriously cannot thank you all enough for being here, and all of the presenters that I have bugged notoriously over the last few months. You guys have all been great, and we are so thankful for your participation in this, but I am really hoping to continue to build relationships with and between our agencies, as well as other employees in Utah Lake Authority. I know we're kind of a newer agency when it comes to joining this world, so we are really ready to kind of get out there and be able to continue our partnerships together. And then our fourth goal that we have is to be able to provide accurate and quality media data. So we are trying to follow along the footsteps of DWQ and many other state agencies to be able to put out there really fun content, but that's also really scientifically accurate. So providing great public information for those that might not know that much about Utah Lake, and be able to try to change perceptions about Utah Lake, because we all know it can have some negative connotations with it. So we are really working hard to change this into more of a positive perspective and be able to get people to utilize and love the lake like we do. So we are really trying to focus on that in a lot of our media outreach. And then just some projects that we have been working on recently has been a lot to do with plants, which is something that's kind of already happening on Utah Lake. We've already heard a lot about that today. Forestry Fire State Lands, Utah State University, Provo River Delta Project. Everyone has been kind of dipping into this new and really exciting opportunity to revegetate Utah Lake and some of its projects that have been occurring on it. So we decided that we would take our own little shot at it. So one of the first things that we have done is apply for the Utah Department of Ag and Food Pollinator Program. And so we were able to receive 250 native wetland pollinator plugs. Actually, no, it was 25 kits. So it was like 500 plugs. That is inaccurate. It was way more work than that. And so we were able to partner with the Provo River Delta Project and plant about half of those in the Delta because they were aviation approved. And then the rest were able to go into the North Powell Slough. So we kind of have some pictures here. On the left here is a swamp milkweed that is in North Powell Slough, I'm pretty sure. And then kind of on the bottom right is just some pictures of people that were planting in the Delta Project. We were able to get some great volunteers out and have kind of some good cross-pollination between agencies. We had Ray Robinson with Forestry Fire State Lands come out and help, which was awesome, and just a great example of more partnerships that we have and continue to enjoy. And then some of the big things that are coming in our future is revegetation. So a lot of research has already been done on this through USU and many other agencies, and we are really hoping to kind of start this process. We know it's long, that it's not going to happen right away, but we're starting small. So what we have done is order about 10,000 plugs-ish to plant next year through a couple different outreach events. And we're partnering with not only cities, but Conserve Utah Valley and a lot of other agencies to make this happen. So we are hoping to do this by having a few different public outreach events next year, including like Earth Day and a few others in order to get these plugs in the ground. But kind of proceeding with the research, we're not just using plugs, we're going to be using trees, and we're mainly going to focus a lot of our budget on seed. And thankfully, Utah County and some other agencies have already been providing seed, spreading seed with Utah Lake Restoration. And we are really excited to keep furthering that and try to enhance it as much as we can. So this fall, we'll be kind of scouting some sites on the northern shores, since those have been treated for Phragmites more than 3 years, and they are kind of in the best shape for restoration. So we're very excited to head up there and collaborate with as many people as we can to try to make that happen. But this is just a fraction of what we are doing, and something that I personally am very excited for, to continue to work with everybody that's here and keep making things like this happen on Utah Lake, because I think there are so many opportunities for these kind of projects, no matter how big, no matter how small. So I'm just very happy to be here and excited to keep working on Utah Lake. So I think that's about all I have. So this picture is out of the Delta project. This was kind of scouting out where we were going to do our pollinator plants, but there was a lot more water at this time than when we actually planted them a few weeks ago. So it looks a little different now. But if you guys have any questions for me, I'd be happy to take them. And if not, I think we're ready to move on to Q&A, which we have about 5 or 6 questions for our panel. So stay tuned. We're almost done. Promise.
Okay, we had 6 questions that were submitted online. If I can get Megan Slocombe, if you'd come up, please. Eric Ellis, if you'd come up, please. Brittany, Duncan, Dr. Bajer, and Bradley Roth, if you'd come up here as well. And then we're pending DWQ. Scott, are you okay to come up? Perfect. If you would, please. And let's grab this mic. Okay, I'll just start in order that we received them. So the first question was addressed to Megan. So if we could hand the microphone to Megan, you can stand or sit, it's up to you. So the first question was, are there any non-native species that we're comfortable with in the Utah Lake ecosystem, or are we trying to remove all non-native species?
Yeah, that's a great question. I'm going to focus on aquatic plants because that's what I know. So aquatic plants are really unique in the fact that they have really large ranges. So many aquatic plants actually can be found around the globe. So you often don't find as many invasive aquatic plants, but the ones we do have are really aggressive competitors. So right now we don't really have any non-native aquatic plants besides the curly-leaf pondweed inside of the delta, which is a great thing. And we just need to continue focusing on managing for that species.
Awesome. Thank you, Megan. Appreciate that. Next one will go to Eric. And this one was asking, why is Timpanogos Special Service District not on the Utah Lake Authority Board?
Great question. As the Utah Lake Authority Board was created, there was, as you can see here, a host of potential board members, and Representative Brammer, the sponsor of the bill, worked very hard to kind of slim that down so that it was a manageable board, with every expectation of utilizing all of these entities as resources for management and policy decisions going forward, and data collection as well. So Rich has been a fantastic partner and continues to work with us on the water quality project, and we envision having partnerships moving forward. Specifically, we partner with Rich and another group called the Utah Lake Watershed Council that Rich is chairing at this point in time. And it's an opportunity to have a whole host of information from experts in that watershed field advising the Utah Lake Authority and other groups that may be doing work on the lake.
Awesome. Next one to Brittany Duncan, which was, are there plans to increase the use of grazing and decrease the use of herbicide and mowing of Phragmites?
I can only answer, well, can't really answer that question. Increasing the grazing a little bit, probably. And I was a little excited for this question because my thesis was actually in grazing Phragmites. So I just wanted to do a little blurb on that because grazing can be really great for some reasons, for some cases. Phragmites is a perennial grass, so if they graze it, it will come back up just like if you mow your grass in your yard. So it definitely will never kill or eradicate it. And then cows are escape artists, so they can easily get out and become nuisance in other areas. So you have to have like a fence to keep them in place, that sort of thing. But they do control it. And also you have to be careful not to graze too much because they will eat the native beneficial plants as well. So there has to be kind of a balance there. And but herbicide also has its limitations because you can only spray Phragmites when it's like green and healthy and lush. So if you have sites where the frag maybe never gets really green and healthy, that could be like an alternative tool. So they can just kind of be used together. But
I would just say there are areas around Utah Lake that are great areas for grazing. There's other enormously long, thin strips of land that have just a little ribbon of Phragmites that would be very logistically difficult to graze. So we envision kind of balancing that out, as you mentioned, in the long run. Have some areas that absolutely could be grazed, occasionally treated, but yeah, just have it mixed up so that it makes the most sense.
one more comment too is also their manure can be problematic for like increased phosphorus levels or things like that. In my research, we actually did not find an increase in that because the Phragmites was actively growing, so it was removing it from the soil as quickly as it was being put in. But if you did it for a long period of time, that could cause issues too.
Thank you both. The next question, Dr. Bajer, was what are some possible strategies for using electric barriers or traps when native species or desirable non-native species migration movements overlap with carp?
Good question. So we use pit technology a lot, meaning that we tag different species of fish that may be migrating together with the carp. And the electric barrier system is remotely operated, can be turned on or turned off. So if you have a fish species, for example, in our areas, northern pike that usually migrates early, then we see those pit tags detected and you can track them online. And if you see that those are pike, then you don't turn on the barrier. You only turn on the barrier when you see the carp running. So if the native species separate in terms of timing of running with carp, you can eliminate a lot of that. You can let the native fish go and stop the carp. That is not always the case. So I'm not sure what time, the June suckers are running versus the carp. Some smaller fish, when we use those electric guidance systems, there's usually a physical screen near shore where there is no electricity with certain bar spacing. So small fish can go right through that, right? Because there's a section with no electricity that you can simply swim through the screen. And the screen is designed so that the carp cannot swim through it. So that's another way. We use cameras a lot, especially if the water is shallow. You can actually see down in the water and see which species are moving. So again, if you see native fishes running but carp not running, you can keep the barrier off and you can turn it on only when you see carp running. If it happens that carp overlaps with other fish, then you have to resort, at least what we do, to physical sorting. When the fish are on the conveyor, you have to sort them out. You release the native fish and remove the carp. And the conveyor is made out of acrylic plastic, so it usually does not injure fish, but obviously you have to be careful. I think that in the future, there may be other ways to really fancy with it. For example, some people Dan Zielinski, for example, from Great Lakes Fisheries Commission. He's working on multiple layer barriers that include acoustic barrier and a light barrier and electric pulse DC to kind of try to have a barrier that some fish can cross but others can't. Like carp are sensitive to sound, and other fish are not so sensitive to sound. So if you have an acoustic barrier, it may stop the carp better than other fish. But we have not used that. But that may be, or visual recognition, for example, underwater cameras. So that's probably coming. But for now, we use pit cameras and those physical screens that allow certain sizes of fish to go through. And hand sorting, which is like the last resort.
Thank you. The next question was assigned to Hannah Bonner, who had to leave early. So Scott Daly has offered to make comment on it, which just said, has the accumulation of cyanotoxins in Utah Lake fish tissue been examined, or is there a body of literature which examines potentially harmful accumulation of toxins in fish?
Okay, yeah, so in Utah Lake fish, the answer is no. I don't believe that we've monitored toxin concentrations at all. Several years ago, when we were kind of gearing up with the Utah Lake water quality study, we did meet with the Fish and Wildlife Service. There's a research extension at USGS in the Midwest that's looking at this question of fish cyanobacteria toxicity of fish. And at the time, my understanding was that there were several studies that were ongoing, but they weren't really complete. And so what I was hoping to hear from Hannah today is that she was aware some of those have wrapped up. There were some, I've heard some and read some things that there may be some behavioral impacts to fish, and maybe some of our fisheries folks could chime in if they're aware of any new information on that. But I think it's an emerging field. There's a lot of studies that are ongoing right now, and like probably just wait and see. In terms of we do have evidence of, cyanotoxins harming other mammals, dogs. There's been several dogs around Utah Lake and elsewhere in the state that have died from drinking water with cyanotoxins. In 2016 or 17, there was a bat die-off in Schofield Reservoir after the bats had drank cyanobacteria-laced water. And yeah, I think those are the only ones that I can think of. In terms of human health, indications are that you can touch it, you can get sick from it a little bit, mild illness, rash, nothing too serious. But in terms of eating fish, the recommendation is always to clean and thoroughly wash your fish before you consume them, and obviously wash your hands. And it seems that there's no indication that eating fish that have been swimming in waters with high concentrations of cyanobacteria are harmful to people.
Thank you. The last question that we have for today, and we'll wrap up, is for Bradley with Aquatechnex, which said, what impacts, if any, do the treatments have on non-target species, including fish and invertebrates? And then also, are you monitoring for those impacts?
So the answer is no. The treatments we've been doing, I don't believe have been impacting fish or invertebrates. We have been doing some monitoring. It's not necessarily, looking at the fish directly. I'm not a toxicologist, so I can't really analyze that. But we've been doing, so we work under a MPDES permit, which is basically a pollutant discharge permit with the DWQ. And one of the requirements is that we have to test for dissolved copper, I think right before treatment and 4 days after treatment. And the use rates that we're using are very, very low. We're using two different types of algicides. One's a peroxide, which really has no effect at all. The copper, you got to be a little bit more careful, but we're using it at such a low use rate that it has no effects to the wildlife. Additionally, we've been monitoring pH as well. You don't want to crash the pH because you could get a fish kill, but the pH is incredibly high in this lake. It's around 8 or 9, so we haven't really been seeing any effect on that. We took some hardness readings at the beginning as well, and those look good. So yeah, that's basically a sum up.
Awesome. Thank you all so much. We really appreciate it. We'll move to our closing remarks with Addy.
All right, everyone, we're about to send you out of here, but we do have one more award to give. So I will let Eric, where is he going? Eric, send it off really quickly, and then we will get you guys all out of here. It's been a long day, but I'm very excited that you all came still. So here is Eric for a few words.
Okay. We've got some Utah Lake Authority board members to come up. I mentioned earlier in the day that we had one award that we needed to submit to a tall, very dear friend that's walking up here. Getting people to fall in love with Utah Lake is not always easy, and one of the best ways that we can do it is providing trails along the lake shore. And providing these trails would not be possible without the assistance of Jim Price with Mountain Land Association of Governments. He has been a champion for funding to come towards trail building on the lake. His specific position is it trail guru or with trail boss. And he has just been such a fantastic partner. So we would all love to thank you for your service. Jim is also retiring here. How 6 weeks? We're not envious, but we're envious. So thank you so much. For the picture. Come together close. We'll get a picture with Jim.
Stand in front of us, Jim, and we're.
You know, if I'd have known, I wouldn't have come to them.
Yeah, Jenna, you tell us. There you go. Oh my gosh. Yeah.
Right? Just lock it in the back.
Yeah. There we go.
There we go.
Hey everyone, thank you so much for coming to the Utah Lake Resource Management Symposium. I know it is not the first, but it definitely will not be the last. So I hope to see you all next year and hopefully even more people. But again, thank you for coming and all the people who brought presentations and everything else. We thank you so much for attending and all of our partnerships. Please travel safely home. I know some of you have a few more drive, so